Here.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes, here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
All members are present.
Great, thank you. At this time, if there's any members from the public that would like to comment of items appearing on the agenda, now is the time for your 3 minutes, or if there's anyone on our Zoom call.
Madam Mayor, there's no one on the Zoom call and there are no registered public comment for closed session.
Excellent, thank you. With that, we will adjourn to closed session. Upstairs.
Testing. Is Frank Barrickman on the line?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, great. I just want to make sure you're able to hear us and you're in queue for first public hearing item.
Perfect. Thank you, John. Is it, John, is it worth putting on my video, or is that not something that's worth doing?
No, that's not necessary, but I'm going to mute you now, but I'll unmute you when prompted.
Okay, perfect.
Great.
All right, with that, we will call our September 14th regular city council meeting to order. City clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
All members are present.
Before we begin, we have an item that needs to be added that was became an issue after our agenda was posted, and it's the League of Cities resolution. So we'll add that as item 16F. Do you want to vote on that?
Make a motion to add that to as an emergency item to the council agenda.
A second.
All right.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, seconded by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Great. Thank you. All right. If we can all stand, we have Bill Heller here from the Interfaith Council to pray, and then we will have Councilmember Brown lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight. Let's take a moment in silence just to simply give thanks for this opportunity, this time to be together, this time to serve as we are called. Loving Creator, we give thanks for this community, this council, and all who are here called to bring their business to this group. We know in their hearts there is a calling to serve in the manner that they are reaching out now. We accept this, and we accept the divine within each one, bringing forward their highest good for them and for all of us. Let us trust this process. Let us know love is the way. Love is guiding us now. We pray this and we give thanks in the name and through the power of Jesus Christ. And so it is. Amen.
Please join me as we salute our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 10, City Attorney, would you please report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only item where we have reported action out of closed session is item 4D. The City Council, by a vote of 4-0, voted to initiate litigation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. At this time, we will take public comment. Anyone who wishes to address the council, you'll have 3 minutes. We will start with public comment for items listed on the agenda. Okay, first we have Paul Van Humison.
Madam Mayor, honorable members of the Hemet City Council, I'm Paul Van Homison from Cox Castle on behalf of Signal Family Hemet LLC, which owns property in the Tres Cerritos East Pacific Plan. I'm here to bring your attention to a letter that I sent to the council yesterday in opposition of the Development Agreement Amendment number 20-1, or I'm sorry, 20-001. With regards to the materials that you reviewed, you see that the substantive staff report for the amendment notes that the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the district, has begun the process of modification of the master drainage plan for the Hemet area. The same staff report acknowledges that a component of that is going to be the mitigation of drainage impacts from the Seattle Street Basin. And that is also an issue to be addressed by the regional drainage facilities that are outlined in the original development agreement DA 04-022, which is the agreement that you're be voting on the amendment. So at the Planning Commission back on June 15, it was recommended by the staff that the agreement be amended to eliminate the TC West. Okay, so you have the Tres Cerritos East, and that's the specific plan. And then you have the TC West owners, which is a different group and a different piece of property. But the staff recommended that the TC West owners' obligation of a fair and equitable contribution to the regional drainage facilities that's referenced in the development agreement could be deleted because the district, the water district, has actually, quote, stepped up and taken care of the issue. In fact, city engineer Lariso said that more than $4.5 million had already been committed by the district. And he said, quote, fact is the financing is in place, and quote, the fact is the money is set aside already for this project. But those are not the facts at all. What is, and what we've explained in our letter, the reality is that the district has not committed $4.3 million. We provided with our letter the Riverside County Board of Supervisors budget that was approved, which included the district's budget, only $353,000, less than 8% of the overall estimate of $4.3 million has in fact been approved. In fact, we've spoken with the district general manager, chief engineer, Jason Yulee at the district, and he confirmed this. He said that the district will actually not commit to funding the remaining $400,000 or $4 million at this time. It's even delaying a forward commitment until it can complete its understandings and agreements with downstream landowners to talk to them about financial contribution with regards to this project. In addition, not only to not committing $4.3 million, the district won't even commit to a price tag of $4.3 million. The district has acknowledged that is a very old estimate. And so even its own budget acknowledgement of $4.3 million may not necessarily be enough. In addition to this, the district has not committed to a final design. As the staff report indicated, they are only in the process of modifying the master drainage plan. There's been limited progress on design studies. The chief engineer at the district confirmed that. Because of this, any sort of contention that the drainage from TC West and the TC East properties are completely unrelated is speculative. We don't know what it's going to be at the end of the day. And I'm confident that the city engineer won't give me a letter that guarantees that it will be. So right now, we have that a non-committal of funds for the drainage facility. We have a non-committal as to what the actual final drainage facilities are going to look like, yet based on an assumption that it's all going to go down the way the staff plans it, they're recommending that you delete the contribution, which the city council itself determined was a fair and equitable contribution with the original development agreement, that it be deleted right now before this information is fully known. Now, we're not seeking any sort of change to what the TC West property owners have always known was a possibility. And we're not even seeking a vote by the city council that it necessarily absolutely be a contribution. What we're asking is that the council refers this back to the staff, because we've provided possible language that simply says, if the facts come down the way the staff has said it thinks it will, then the contribution can be eliminated. And so we're asking for that determination today, and that the city council directs its staff to look at the language, put into a new amendment that sort of safety valve, and then represent it to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Tom Sholin.
Mayor, members of the council. My name is Thomas Sholin. I represent Signal Family Hemet, which is the partial owner of property in the Tres Cerritos East specific plan. I've written several letters of concern to the Planning Commission and to the council. And our concern is with regard to paragraph 3.6 in the development agreement amendment, which deletes the obligation of Tres Cerritos West to contribute to the drainage improvements that are required to get the water from the Seattle Channel down to the south. My other concern is that the representations in the staff reports for the city council and the planning commission, I think, were misleading. And the testimony by the city engineer at both of those hearings was false. The district has not committed to fund the design and construction of those improvements. And I know that from several conferences I've had with the district since the planning commission vote. So our big concern is with that paragraph. And we have offered an option to say, if the district steps up and does this, which is not certain, certainly, then that paragraph in the original development agreement, I think it's 2.3, would be deleted if they stepped up. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next we have, let me see, John Myre.
Evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. You've heard me before going through these hearings or these meetings, discussing this many times. So you've really heard all the facts. And I would just point out in the letter that you received from the Tres Cerritos East group, in what they provided actually shows that that flood control is planning on funding $4.35 million towards the West Hemet MDP interim improvements, which is what we're talking about it. They've funded they've allocated 353,000 appropriated this year for 21-22. And then they show for 22 to 26, that's when they show the $4 million. I don't think anyone assumed or said that they were everything's funded right now. The funding would come after they do the studies, after they do the plans. It's in their plan to do the work. So that's why everyone to this point had felt pretty good about it. I'd also remind the council too about the whole bigger picture of this development agreement, which is between Tres Cerritos West and the city. The stormwater that's coming from Tres Cerritos East, there's no nexus to the west. That runoff comes from the east. It goes south of the Tres Cerritos West project, and it doesn't, it's not our runoff for the improvements that they're talking about doing. The development agreement had benefits to the city, to the public, had benefits to Tres Cerritos West. One of the major benefits that Tres Cerritos West received was the benefit of not paying the TUMP fees, which now are close to $10,000 per lot, which has been, as you probably know, is no longer available for the city to grant us that waiver. So that's a benefit that went away from the developer in this development agreement. So I know you're going to have to study this and look at it, but I would just ask that you to look at it in that light.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Marianne Darwin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. So as I was reading over this and I see here we are once again talking about water and the purchase order of an annual pipeline materials and core main of 49,000, not to exceed 160. But when you took 37 bids and you talked about who was going to give you the best bid on this, and you went with the lowest bid, which we know isn't always the best decision. However, I know I've been coming to these meetings for 5 years, and in the beginning, I always used to stand there and would hear amend, amend, amend. And when you look at what someone gives you as a bid, and they should know what the cost is, then I don't think you should be able to come back and say, gee, sorry, that wasn't enough money. I need more money. So, my question is, I guess, is that why would we go from 49 to 160 when the person that you took as the bid, the company as the bid, gave you that bid based on what they did in when they looked at what the cost was going to be, and then all of a sudden now the cost is up. So you've got to know what your materials cost. And I don't understand why then you come in and then you ask for more money at the end. So again, with the water, we went from 9,000, I just looked at 9,000 in Hemet Water, the Hemet Water District, to 9,700. So that's 700 more people that are getting Hemet Water. But I guess my concern is that you took the lowest bid and now you want to go ahead and give them more money. Why didn't you go with the middle bid or the high bid then, if that's the question? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pat Gregory.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, men and women. One of the problems that citizens have is that when we see these financial reports, we only see the tip of the iceberg. We don't see all the effort and all the numbers that go into it. So when I look at something, I immediately become suspicious when I see where I'm talking about 15E, that there's a request to modify the budget $250,000. And what hit me was it says the work has already been completed. Now, to me, that sounds a little bit backward. I thought that the city provides the information, the numbers, and the council approves it. But in this case, they've already spent the money. They want to manipulate the 2021 budget. And I have questions. Questions I have, well, where's the money going to pay for this 2021 expense? And if you approve it, which you obviously have to do because they already did the work without checking, wasn't somebody tracking these numbers? Wasn't somebody comparing what the work was being done compared to what the actual budget is? I mean, that's what normal people do in a financial situation. But to come back now and say, hey, you know what? We need another $250,000 because we already spent it. So we need it. And that just doesn't make sense to me. And the other thing that doesn't make sense is that there's all kinds of excuses. There's blaming prior council decisions, blaming a lack of engineer. And that's great. But the bottom line is there's $250,000 that's going to change the 2021 budget. So that means we're in the negative of the general fund. So that whole speech that we heard of having a balanced budget isn't happening. So the questions I have, where's the money coming from to pay for this past expense? And why do you spend money that exceeds the budget without council's approval? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online that has items to speak about that are listed on the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, is there anyone on the Zoom call? If you'd like, you can raise your hand. This is only for general public comment, not public hearings. So now is the time to speak, and we'll give you a few moments. Seeing none, Mayor, I have no public comment on Zoom, but I do have public comment on e-comments here.
Let me finish. I have two more for general.
Great, thank you.
Do you have some for items listed on the agenda?
General comment.
Okay, let me finish these folks first. Okay, next, we are going to move on to public comments for items not listed on the agenda. So first up, we have Jerry Ann Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. After listening to that, I'm sitting here going, she's going to call me first because after all those, I feel like such a layman. I'm like, I don't know anything about this budget stuff. I'm here to say thank you and have a good day. The reason I'm here is budget, set aside all of that. I have to commend, I'm here to represent the HOA from the Lakes at Hemet West. And the reason I'm here, last time I was here, we were having such a problem with the homeless, and we were having encampments all around our area, and it was really horrible. They were literally putting tents up. We had motorhomes. It was just horrible. And I have to commend Lieutenant Dixon, the dispatch, the police officers, the city management. You've come through in amazing ways. Lieutenant Dixon and I have had email conversations. The cleanup that we have seen, the response that we've had, it has been amazing, not only on outside our community, but within our community. We have genuinely seen people getting cleared out. We've had motorhomes moved, broken down vehicles cleared out. These are truly dangerous people out there. We're not talking homeless shuffle. We're not talking about the people who are truly in need of space. We're talking about the people who are doing the drugs, the people who are doing the meth, creating the street meth. These are the people that we wanted cleared out. And the city has come through. The Lieutenant Dixon's team has truly come through, and we are truly grateful for that. The community is also asking for options. We don't want to simply be coming to you and saying, here's the problems that we're having. We want to know, what can we do? Who can we give our money to really help? We don't want to give the money to just the panhandlers, because we don't want to be supporting that kind of lifestyle. We want to know, okay, where can we really donate money to really help the homeless, to really do something right? And so I've given my phone number. I want to really offer up our support in a genuine way, not just saying, hey, do this, do that. We want to be part of supporting a positive, genuine help. So my phone number is there. I do want to thank the city for really stepping up for us. We've seen the changes. We've seen the cleanup. Thank you so much. And we thank your continued support in those efforts. So thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming and telling us. And I'll be calling you and we'll schedule something.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Gabriella Sanders.
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabriella Sanders, your 2020-2021 National All-American Miss Hemet, and I'm here to represent for an aquaponic community garden utilized by Triple H, Hemet's Hydroponic Horticulture. Now, an aquaponic community garden will help service the community by providing fresh organic fruits and vegetables, as well as fresh tilapia, so that no member of our city has to go hungry. Aquaponics is harvesting fish. It bridges aquaculture and hydroponic culture as well. And a local community garden will aid in providing people organic foods, fresh fish, vegetables, so that no member has to go without insecurity with our food. Community gardens also allow plant lovers to come together, our neighbors, to help bridge and build community amongst each other. They allow a safe space, turning vacant lots. We see vacant lots all throughout Hemet, and they turn vacant lots into beautiful destinations for all the community to gather and implement security with food. Aquaponics is new, it's technology based, and it's actually not as expensive as research may show. You can utilize do-it-yourself methods, if you will, and you can create fresh fish and vegetables as well. What I am looking for city council is help and guidance with accessing, land, whether that be through specific funding programs, whether that be through other establishments, just help in understanding land zoning for commercial land or residential land, access to funding programs and grants that can help with the funding. I also would like just the approval of city council so that when we look for sponsorships, funding and fundraising, we can mention that we have the backing of city council to start this community garden. The community garden will provide decorations, arts, and utilize everyone in the community so that we can all come together to create something great. I hope that you all can consider this and get back to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you mind leaving your phone number with the city clerk right over here? Thank you. All right, next, I believe we have e-comments to be read.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I have two comments, e-comments, one 15B that was actually previously spoken by Paul Homison. So just wanted to note that for the record. And then the e-comment also by Marlene Crawford. I'm reaching out to discuss incorporating urban agriculture in your community to grow organic foods locally, distribute to market via grocery, create high-tech jobs, and conserving water. My mission is making fresh food accessible to anyone, anywhere, anytime. Charity is looking to partner with you, the city, and other organizations to initiate the path forward for urban farming to bring positive change to the community. We are seeking a champion such as the City of Hemet to promote food equality, create jobs, and foster an environment of growing clean, fresh food in your city. A partnership where multiple entities have one mission, fresh food for everyone, would create a new way to farm that is scalable, sociable, profitable, and year-round. The farm is fully assembled, vertical hydroponic farming system built in a shipping container or unused retail space that grows fresh produce, 500 crop varieties, at any scale, any climate, and any site. This enables any individual, community, of organization to grow fresh produce, flowers, and fruits year-round with low water usage and without health impacting pesticides or chemicals. This partnership would create meaningful jobs for the community as well. We will work with the disabled, TAYS, transition age youth, veterans, and other individuals who would benefit from high-tech jobs and help foster a new group of farmers. Regards, Marlene Crawford, Executive Director of Charity. End of e-public comments.
Great, thank you very much. All right, next we will move on to item number 12, presentations by Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal. Not zero.
City of Hemet, California proclamation for National Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas September is National Suicide Prevention Month and is intended to help promote awareness surrounding each of the suicide prevention resources available to our community. And whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death among adults in the US and the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24, and whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background, and whereas according to the CDC, suicide was responsible for more than 47,500 deaths in 2019, which is about one death every 11 minutes. And whereas the City of Hemet fully supports organizations like Suicide Prevention Services and national organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Illness for their efforts to promote suicide awareness and provide informational resources to our most vulnerable population. And whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Carly Meyer, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as National Suicide Prevention Month and encourage all residents to learn the warning signs and risk factors of suicide as well as the resources that are available. Most of what I hear in my practice is when parents come to me is they didn't see the signs. You hear people talk about, you know, my child said that they were going to hurt themselves or something like that. And most of the time, the literature out there suggests that when someone's telling you they're going to hurt themselves, most likely they're not. It's the ones who don't tell you that they're quiet about it because they're not going to let you know. And so you can see when people are disengaging from you and you're paying attention to your children or your loved ones, whatever that looks like, so that you can prevent some of these things and make sure that they can get the help that they need. City of Hemet, California proclamation for Linda Rogers, Executive Director, whereas Linda Rogers joined the Valley Restart Board of Directors in December 2003, and whereas in that time, Linda has joined Valley Restart in their efforts to assist Hemet's most vulnerable residents and provide options for assistance when there is nowhere else to turn. And whereas Linda has devoted many hours of her role as Executive Director of Valley Restart with the goal of providing individuals and families with the tools required to rebuild their lives, and whereas prior to Linda's time at Valley Restart, she had made the decision to leave the covenant as a nun to fulfill her life's purpose and serve others. And whereas her journey, she has fulfilled that wish and has touched the lives of many people through her selfless manner and care for others. And whereas after nearly 18 years, Linda is retiring from her role at Valley Restart, and whereas the City of Hemet is grateful to Linda Rogers for her time and dedication to the people of our community and wish her well as she joins the next season of her life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Carly Meyer, Mayor of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for your dedication and commitment to the community and congratulate you on your occasion of your retirement from the Valley Restart and wish you the best and continued success in your retirement and future endeavors.
You should never hand somebody a microphone and say, do you want to say a few words? After 18 years, there's a lot of words to say. But I think that the key thing that I know is that this community has come together in order to see that homelessness takes a lot of people in order to come up with a solution. And I want to thank all of you who have been a part of that, whether you've been a part of an agency or a part of a church or a part of a family that has come and helped us. Because over these years, it has changed. The shelter has changed so that we're serving just families with children, with dependent children. It was too hard to keep every year turning families away because we didn't have enough room. So we reconfigured our space, and now we're serving families with children and with the same degree of success. Last year, 98% of our people who came through the shelter left to go to permanent housing. That's pretty great.
Who's excited about libraries? So the City of Hemet Proclamation Library Sign-Up Month, whereas a library card is the most important school supply of all, and whereas libraries play an important role in the education and development of children, and whereas library programs serve students of all ages, from early literacy to homework help to GED classes, and whereas libraries empower all people to pursue their interests, discover their passions, and achieve their highest potential as learners and citizens, and whereas librarians bring communities together, creating welcoming and inclusive spaces for students of all backgrounds to learn together, and whereas libraries promote equity, making digital technology and information equally accessible to all. Now, therefore, Carly Meyer, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Library Sign-Up Month and encourage everyone in the city to sign up for their own library card today.
Thank you, Council. Thank you very much.
It'll be more efficient tomorrow.
Great, thank you. Right, next on our agenda is item number 13, receive and file. A list has been posted of the warrant register. So if council has any questions, now is your chance. Any items? You want to talk about the warrant register? All right, with that, we will receive and file. Next, item 14, public hearing. We will listen to the staff's presentation, open the public hearing, and hear comments in favor of or in opposition of these items, close the public hearing, and then decide as a council our direction. Item 14A.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I will be presenting the appeal number 21-001. The applicant is El Toro Express. The applicant representative is Mohammed Kapara, and the project location is 1958 East Florida Avenue in the Boardwalk Shopping Center. On May 18th, 2021, the Planning Commission denied CUP 20-006 and PCN, Public Convenience or Necessity 21-001. On May 22nd, 2021, El Toro Express appealed that decision. On June 22nd, 2021, a revised letter with specific grounds for appeal was submitted, and tonight we are going to be hearing that the public hearing for the appeal. Here we have just as a to indicate the location of the proposed El Toro Market. This building here is Pep Boys, and this is Red Robin. This is Florida Avenue, and this is Gilmore and Latham. This is the zoning map showing the zoning, and again the same the streets and the proximity to residential zones and other commercial zones. Here is a site plan. This area right here is a proposed location of El Toro Express, taking up 4 of the suites here. Markets are permitted by right in commercial zones. Alcohol sales require approval of a conditional use permit. Findings to be made by the Planning Commission include 4 findings for the CUP, 4 findings and distance requirements for alcohol sales, and the public convenience and necessity has 5 findings. The applicant in their appeal letter mentioned 3 of the 4 CUP findings. The first finding says that the proposed location of the conditional use is in accord with the objectives of this chapter and purposes of the zone in which the site is located. The applicant has appealed that the census tract information is outdated and that the population has increased, and that El Toro Express is a specialty market which caters to Hispanic clientele, and that this creates a necessity. The city's response is that Census Tract 434.05 allows for 2 ABC licenses, and right now there are 5 existing. The location of the conditional use is not in accord with the objectives of this chapter due to the overconcentration of the off-sale alcoholic licenses. The Hemet Police Department does not support the approval of another type 21 license due to the number of quality of life calls to the area. And section 9090 under the alcohol findings says that the alcohol sales at El Toro Express does not meet the separation requirements of 100 feet to residential zone. There's actually 66 feet. The next item that the appellant mentioned was CUP finding number 2, that the proposed location of the conditional use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. This is the appellant's response, that they are proposing on-site security to deter loitering and alcohol use and general crime on the premises, and that they are adding lighting and security cameras, therefore alleviating any public or emergency responder services from being affected. The city's response is that the Hemet Police Department does not support approval of another type 21 license in the census tract. In addition to another business with a type 21 ABC license would only lead to increase in quality of life calls for services that are already burdening the police services. Additionally, over 1,400 calls in the past 3 years to 5 businesses with type 21 license and the 150-foot stretch making the 900 block of West Florida Avenue. The calls included petty theft, disturbance, indecent exposure, trespassing, battery, suspicious circumstances and under the influence, shoplifting, robbery, brandishing a weapon, incidents involving a transit person, a DUI, vandalism, drug sales, assault, tagging, drug paraphernalia, and defrauding an innkeeper. Additionally, Ordinance 1858, which is part of the ROCs, tells us that greater densities of on-site and off-site alcohol outlets also generally have higher rates of motor vehicle crashes, alcohol-related hospital admissions, pedestrian injury collisions, self-reported injury, and drinking and driving among young persons and adults. And also that the relationship between alcohol outlet densities and violent crime has been well documented. Communities with 100 or more outlets and a population of over 50,000 or more can expect an annual increase of 2.5 violent crimes each year for every alcohol outlet added in the area. In Hemet, there is 131 outlets with a population of $1,000, and just for comparison. Ordinance 1858 of the ROCKS program also notes that nuisance and criminal activities such as drug dealing, public drunkenness, loitering, and other behaviors that negatively impact neighborhoods occur with disproportionate frequency at or around premises of on-site and off-site alcohol sales. The finding that the conditional use permit will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to the properties or improvements in the vicinity cannot be made. The third item brought out by the appellant was the requirement, the third requirement in the CUP findings, that the use and operation is consistent with the general plan, goals, and policies. General plan elements, goals, and policies. The appellant brought out that they would close at 10 rather than midnight. The city's response is disapproving the request for a type 21 ABC license is consistent with the following general plan elements, goals, and policies. The hours of operation are not related to consistency with the general plan elements, goals, and policies. The general plan land use 3.9 says that incompatible uses prohibit uses that lead to the deterioration of residential neighborhoods or adversely affect their safety or residential character. Land use 6.7 says to regulate sensitive land uses, appropriately control the location, concentration, and the number of community sensitive land uses such as alcohol sales, tobacco products, adult businesses, medical marijuana dispensaries, and entertainment venues, and require operational measures to prevent the adverse impacts to adjoining residences, businesses, schools, parks, medical facilities, and religious facilities consistent with city, state, and federal laws. Finally, land use 15.5 says unhealthy development patterns. Create, update, and enforce regulations and laws pertaining to the location, retailing, and use of unhealthy substances such as tobacco, marijuana, and other drug, let's see, what is that last part? Drug and alcohol. Okay, sorry, can see it here. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's determinations and deny conditional use permit 20-006 and public convenience or necessity 21-001. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. With that, we will open the public hearing. And we have two people that have requested to speak. Langshman Coca.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. I was going to say, where do I sign up for the library card today? So you did say I can sign up today now, right? I'm actually here to see if you folks, if there's a way to approve this conditional use permit. And the reasons that I was looking at it is more about what happens when properties are vacant on Florida Boulevard. I personally also own some properties on Florida, and when we have lack of tenants there, how challenging it is, not just for the landlords, but also for the other tenants, even for our law enforcement. I know HPD has been doing a great job dealing with the challenges our city has, but it's still a problem. And I also know the business owners and the landlord of the property, the responsible people. They have several businesses in our city, and this would definitely create more jobs. And I'm told this should provide about 25 additional jobs. And this is a specialty grocery store. I understand on an average, their 95% of their business is actually non-alcohol. So only approximately average 5%, I believe, is alcohol. So that's pretty much what I was looking at. So if there's something that you folks can do to make this business, the building, rather than being vacant, have somebody in there, would be nice, because there are some other units there. I believe even the gym has been vacant for about 15 years now, and there are a few other units that are empty. So it'd be nice to have some more businesses. So thank you.
Okay, next we have Jeff Rahman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Rahman. I am the developer of the boardwalk. When I got the property there, it was, I think, 20% occupancy, 80% vacancies. I know it's kind of with the coronavirus and everything else, it's hard to fill centers nowadays. I do have companies that we brand. I am the owner of the El Toro markets. My concept for that site was to create an El Toro concept of an El Toro Express, which is a faster, more convenient way of giving services. The only thing that would be eliminated in that concept would be the full scale meat counter that we usually offer that is fresh meats. In this case, it would be packaged meats. So the site itself, you know, like I said, we wish we can have more people come forward and occupy these vacancies, because during the vacancies, while they're vacant, all we have is, you know, homeless people breaking in. So this site itself, or this concept, would employ about 25 employees. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be more happy to answer.
I do have one question for you. What year did you acquire this property?
I've had it for about 5 years now.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for him? Well, as long as you're going to be here, then in case we need you. All right. Is there any other comments for or against this appeal?
No registered comments, but I did want to open it up to the Zoom because I do have several participants. So to all Zoom members, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Right now is the time to speak for item 14A, public hearing. We'll just give them a few moments. Seeing no one raise their hand, Mayor, that concludes public comment for 14A.
Great. Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing. Okay, we'll open it back up. If somebody else that wants to talk.
I live in that neighborhood, and you're going to open up another liquor store where there's already one on Florida and Lyons. And I see they have security. They have the Hemet gatekeepers, and it's trash. It's really, truly trash there. I don't even want to drive by there. And when you're talking about opening up another liquor store, not even a block over, and it's right next to what's going to be, I think, some kind of a medical building. Come on, let's be real. I'm thinking about it. He says that there's going to be 25 people that you're going to hire. How many people actually work in a liquor store? I see one or two, possibly. And I'm not really excited about this. I see what everybody else has said about it. And then they want to come up and say, well, this is a great idea to open up another liquor store in Hemet. That's what we need, another liquor store. I'm sorry, but I can't stand behind it. And me being a resident 2 blocks over, I already have people walking down my street. We already have vagrant. We already have vandalism. So to open up another liquor store and say that that's only 5% of their sales, Look at the one on Florida and Lion at Lion's Liquor. And that gentleman owns that liquor store and that whole shopping complex because the gentleman who owned it before him didn't want, he wanted to sell it, and that gentleman worked there and he didn't want to go without a job. So he bought that whole little shopping center right there. And it's not even full. There is one vacancy in there. And I understand that we have a lot of empty buildings in Hemet. We do. I drive by them every day and I totally get it. But that's not the kind of business that we want to promote in Hemet, is to be known for more liquor stores. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Just to be clear, this is for an El Toro market, which is a market that caters to the Hispanic community. All right, I will close the public hearing and we'll bring this back to council. So if anyone wants to go first, or do you want, I definitely have comments.
I have a couple questions for staff. If you could go back to the site map. I have 3 questions in some of the appeal thing there, but I wanted to have the site map up. So the sections A, B, C, D, that is where the market would go. Okay. So the parking area behind there's parking area behind and in front, correct? Parking spaces. And what does the parking area behind exit 2?
Latham Avenue.
Okay. There was also a question on separation of 100 feet to residential.
I'm sorry.
Separation of 100 feet to residential. Is that the mobile home park that's across Latham?
Yes.
So how do you figure the 100 feet to the actual property line on the thing, or to the ingress egress of the mobile home park?
The finding says from property line to property line.
So it's just basically across the street, and it's 60 feet.
That would be the property line ends here, and the property line to the mobile home park is somewhere here. It's about 66 feet.
Okay. And there was a comment that the census tract is outdated. What exactly does that mean?
Well, I did look up the population in that census tract, and it has increased by 256 individuals or population.
That's the number of people living in a particular area as defined by that census tract, which comes from alcohol beverage control.
The census tract and the census numbers come from the census information, but ABC uses that information to determine the number of licenses that a census tract can have. And the numbers that it's basing it on are 4,000, I have it right here. Sorry, I thought I had all these tabbed. 4,217 is the population for that census tract. They allow one off-site or off-sale for every 1,748 in population. So that's why there are 2 allowed. The number 4,217 has actually increased by 200, but that still gives you 2.55 licenses.
Okay. And I had a question on who and the number of police calls, but is that in the letter from the police department as to which establishments those police calls were to?
Yes, the records that we received from Hemet Police Department printed out the 5 different locations that have a type 20 or type 21 license in that census tract. And
can you tell me who they are?
Yes, they are Gas Mart, at 1005 West Florida Avenue. They are Chips Liquor at 1207 West Florida. Lions Market at 1690 West Florida. Shell Gas Station at 1704 West Florida. And Walgreens at 1661 West Florida.
And would you like the number of calls for each of those?
The number of calls for Gas Mart, there were 22. For Chips Liquor, there were 46. For Lions Market, there was 136. For Shell Gas, there was 357. For Walgreens, there was 599. The report also included the 1900 block of West Florida, which is a 750 linear foot of stretch between Raymond and I believe Kirby. And the report also included those calls, so they didn't have a specific address. They just had the 1900 block, and those were 252 calls.
But that would include the Chili's and.
Well, Chili's does not have an off sale. They have an
That's true,
on
they
sale.
don't have off sale. Okay, never mind. Okay, that answered my technical questions that I have at this point. Who wants to go next? Malcolm?
Can I have him come back up?
Mr. Rahman?
Help us understand how detrimental to your sales profit would happen if you didn't sell liquor there.
John, it's not that, it's more of a convenience. Our concept, and again, this is not the only store that we're opening. With this concept, I'm proposing 4 stores. I have one that was approved in Marietta already. This will be number 2. When we do the advertising and we do the actual product line, we want to be uniform in all the stores, where all our stores carry the same product, same setup.
So you mentioned that this store it caters to the Hispanic community, right?
We have like a crossover, but the majority of the product are 60% Hispanic.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm a little bit biased because it's liquor, and so I know that there are a lot of people who are responsible with their drinking practices, but the type of demographic we have here in Hemet, I don't know that it supports it. Does that make sense? So what could your store, if we said, yeah, let's go ahead with this, what could you do to mitigate something like how the marijuana industry is doing to mitigate, some of these calls and stuff like this, and you know what I mean, to kind of give back to the community at the same time?
Absolutely. I've been doing this for 30 years. I am in the grocery industry. A perfect example would be the El Toro number 7, located on Acacia and State Street. We do have liquor there. Our sales are probably less than 5% of total sales, gross sales. But that 5%, it's a convenience. Some people are deterred. If I don't have that, they may go get all their one-stop shop somewhere else at competitors that do have it. So we do implement a lot of, policies, and, I've been there since 2003 at the Acacia property. Since 2003 today, I did not have one violation for alcohol sales. I did not have any violations for cigarette sales. We employ 35 employees at that store. We do have 24-hour security. In that site, it's patrol. We do have a camera system that records, state of the art, latest technology, 24 cameras. It records up to 6 months in advance. We do everything that we can to deter all the homeless, panhandlers. We clean our centers. I own most of the centers that I occupy. Almost 90% of my businesses are in centers that I own. I do own them. I take care of them. And I'm going to do the same in that center.
Right. If you just have a seat up front here, just in case. I'm going to have to open the public hearing again because someone joined our Zoom or fell off. We'll open that back up and we'll let this person have his public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just bear with me as being unmuted now. Ibrahim Aga, can you hear us? You're live at the council meeting.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You're live with the city council and you'll have 3 minutes starting now.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Ibrahim Aga. I'm one of the citizens in the city of Hemet. I've been living there for over 20 years. And I've been, one of the community members throughout these years. And I shopped everywhere in the city from east to west, north and south. I'm familiar with very much with Altura Market and their operation. And if you look at as the gentleman said, the Altura Market on Acacia and State, and they actually have another one on 7th Avenue. I understand that the city had some kind of problem with homelessness and panhandling, but me visiting their operation, I visited there quite often. My wife is a Hispanic. She likes to cook Hispanic food, and I shop there, and I'm a social drinker. So what happened is I like to have my everything at once, meaning it's hard for me to go shop for food and go find my alcohol somewhere else. And if you notice from their operation, if you visited their stores, if you are a resident also in the city, you will understand and you'll see that I have never seen any panhandling there. I have never seen any homelessness gathering there. I have never seen any harassment. I always get in and out, easy, clean operation. And especially in kind of this kind of shopping center that they're proposing, I think that will increase value, that will bring value to that area. And I think with the way they're doing their operation, I support it very much. And I would like to finish my comment with that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, we'll close the public hearing.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask the Mayor Pro Tem just a couple of questions? He mentioned that he has a bias, and I want to clean that up a bit. So we're in a quasi judicial hearing, and the applicant is entitled to an unbiased decision making here. And so I believe you were using the word bias just simply in the sense that you hold an opinion or you have feelings about alcohol in the community. Would you say that's accurate, Mayor Pro Tem? Or would you say that you have, for example, an animosity towards the applicant, or you don't have an open mind in this hearing?
No, I have an open mind. I don't personally have a problem with alcohol or anything like that. I'm wondering about the people that could be affected.
Okay, so it's just an interest in the community and ensuring public safety and things are upheld.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have, for example, a personal interest in this decision?
No.
You don't have a financial interest in the outcome?
No.
You haven't received any facts outside this hearing that would bias you for or against the outcome?
No.
Okay. And so it's mostly just stating that you held an opinion that alcohol could have a negative influence on the community, and that caused you to have some concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they haven't yet given me any certainty about how the alcohol sales will bring value to the community. he just basically stated that it's a part of they're trying to make like this this uniformity, which I understand. And so I don't think that's enough so that's where my bias comes from.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that you're impartial and you have an open mind in the hearing. Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, first of all, I would like to say thank you to our staff and our planning commission. The reason that this was denied is because that they were able to follow the guidelines that were set aside or set up by the city in 2013, I believe these were put into place. So they absolutely did their job. And so that is stated for the record. Appeals are a part of a process, and they are able to be brought back to council for these very reasons, to talk about the pros and cons of these items. Now, I did call Mr. Rahman yesterday, and I actually called someone else and they were with him and were able to get him on the phone for me. And I asked him to come and attend tonight because we have questions. So thank you for coming and being available for us to ask these questions. I have never met him before until tonight, but I appreciate you coming. I would like to, these are some of the questions that I sent into staff today. And I asked for the 5 liquor licenses that are mentioned, and they are for Gas Mart, Chips Liquor, Lions Market, Shell Gas Station, and Walgreens. According to the ABC site, one of these places, Gas Mart, is not on there. It could be a change of name or something, but I'm sure that our enforcement department will be making sure that that is all up to snuff. Another question that I had for staff was, and you look at this map, and I asked the question, if a Safeway wanted to go into this location, would this be okay? Does a Safeway sell alcohol? Yes, it does. The answer is yes. A Safeway could go in here because they are exempt from certain codes. Grocery stores with at least 25,000 square feet of floor area devote less than 5% of their floor area to the off sale of alcohol beverages. So my first question to council is, if this was a big box store, would we okay this? Or it wouldn't even come to council and they would be selling alcohol in this parking lot. And so now we know that this is a fact. I asked if this is a market or a liquor store, and indeed it is a market as it has been described. Another one, I said, how can we punish business owners who want to take a dark parking lot and empty building and stop them from improving the area because of crime in that block? So we are holding the business owner accountable for the crime that is happening in this block. I don't know if anybody ran the stats for the other El Toro markets, but that would probably have been more appropriate. At the same time, I see other empty buildings up and down Florida Avenue that require our ROCKS team and several police officers. And even I've seen the fire department doing cleanups on private property. And this is because it's deemed unsafe, a fire hazard, whatever the question is. Why would business owners that continue for years to keep empty buildings be rewarded by the city with free cleanups? This particular parking lot, I used to patrol when I volunteered for him at Gatekeepers. And it was before Mr. Rahman purchased this building or this property. And I will tell you, the top left corner, right behind the church, there used to be a mattress, and I found a man beating a woman when I was out patrolling. We did a number of cleanups through this and disposed of the trash by donations from the community because we did not get to use the city trash disposal because it was a gift of public funds. And not to mention all of the Johns with the prostitutes in action that I chased out of that parking lot. I've done it. And so the improvements that Mr. Rahman has made since he acquired this property, I think speak to where our city wants to go. And I bring this back to the marijuana dispensaries. Council, why did we put regulations on marijuana dispensaries? Because we're trying to squeeze out the illegal activity. So if you take that maybe into consideration as far as if there's shenanigans going on and unsafe activity going on at other stores in the area that are allowed to sell liquor, people have a choice. And are you going to choose to go into this one or that one? It is a people's choice. And if this is going to be a safer area, then I would think maybe we need to look at it as giving people better choices. I would never go into the store on Lion in Florida, and I go into I do scary things. I just don't do that stuff. But I think it's something that we need to look at, to think about. I think that maybe in this type of a hearing, we're allowed to negotiate and talk about, you said you have cameras that you plan on putting up. You've documented the security that you are. I wonder if you would be willing to invest in our police department's cameras and have a camera in the parking lot that is in the police department. Some places have bought the cameras. I believe that's in different neighborhoods, in different HOAs, even different shopping centers. It's a choice that everyone has. That's something that you can consider. And then maybe something that would be another ways to negotiate would be, instead of having individual alcohol bottle sales, maybe have like only 6-packs or the large bottles. You understand what I'm saying? Because dealing with the homeless folks, if they are constantly intoxicated, then it's usually they go in and they buy their giant bottle of whatever they get, and then they end up passed out outside the store. I have another question for you as far as on the site. The parking lot on the back, is that intended for employee parking, or is that there going to actually be an exit and entrance on both sides?
The floor plan indicates that's not an public entrance.
Okay, thank you. I think that makes a big difference. Yes. Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Because
can I go continue my Carly brought up a couple issues that I had, and with the cameras and the security. Also the single sales and the airline size hard liquor bottles, which I absolutely detest because they're every place on the street. But I will say I live close to the El Toro Market on Acacia and State Street, and I do shop there. And everybody, there's no vagrancy. It's a clean shopping area. There aren't homeless around there. You do not find trash. I'll say this, the place where they find the most trash is across the street at the post office. Your shopping center is very clean, and it's very good. And I have issues with the density or numbers of liquor stores that we have in town, except that, there are things you look at, that there are those streets or stores based on square footage that are granted things by right. I mean, they don't have to come to us for CUPs or for things. It's just the way the laws are. Not Hemet's laws, but their laws. and we have to abide by them. But I do have concerns. I really have concerns, and I don't think you should be dinged by the number of police responses to other establishments. And I don't think you can judge everybody by, or every book by the one down the street, so to speak. So there's some legitimate ways I think that this needs to be discussed, but I have a question for the city attorney. Do we need to actually have findings to deny and or reject the planning commission's decision?
So if we are looking at upholding their decision, the findings have already been made. We did draft
Correct.
findings. If the council is looking at granting the appeal, which would be the effect of granting the CUP and the PCN, my recommendation would be for the city council to grant the appeal and direct staff to return with a resolution making the appropriate findings, because you do have to make findings. You know, one of the things that would need to be a finding that would need to be made here, in addition to all the other ones, is we have to address the 100-foot issue.
Yeah.
So, you know, when we're looking at section 9090 of the Hemet Municipal Code, the 100-foot rule is a rule, but it does have exceptions in unusual circumstances. And so staff would need to prepare a resolution explaining what those circumstances are here. You know, obviously we have an irregular shaped parcel. We have the market. We have the fact that the public entrance would not be on the side facing the residential. So there would be factual items that staff would need to go through and prepare the resolution. And I anticipate how that would work is it would simply be, that resolution be on consent on your next agenda. Simply approving the resolution, making the findings necessary for making the decision you already did. But yes, you do need to make several findings under the code.
And what are the other findings that we would have to make?
That's an excellent question. Why don't I bring up section 9090 of our code, which, oh, look, here it is. So subdivision F of that section has the findings. So number one is the separation requirements that we just talked about. Not only do you have to make the 100-foot finding, but you have to make a finding that it's at least 600 feet from a school. You have to make a finding that's at least 1,000 feet from parolee, probation, or homes. You have to make a finding that the use is fully visible from a public street with an unobstructed view for public safety. You need to make a finding that the proposed use will not be detrimental to the surrounding properties and neighborhoods and will not contribute to loitering, public drunkenness, noise, obstructing pedestrian or vehicular traffic, parking, crime. There's a whole list there. You need to make a finding that it will not adversely impact the suitability of adjacent commercially zoned properties. So those are the main findings. There are some additional findings that are general findings you have to make for any conditional use permit, that it complies with the general plan, that it will not be adverse to the public health and safety. All of those things, I'm sure staff is fully prepared to draft a resolution making those findings, if necessary.
Okay. I don't have anything else unless somebody says something that jogs something.
And just some clarifying questions at the moment. So the way the lot is oriented, you're saying on the north side would not be public access. So it would be employee access, employee parking. And on the south side, would be the public entrance.
The main entrance would be the south side, right next to the Pep Boys.
Okay, so for city attorney, the measurement from the property line would be the property line of the parcel, not the building itself.
So the way your code is written is it's from property line to property line. So I don't think the property lines are detailed on that particular map. But essentially they stop at the right of way. So the far north end is where the property line stops, and they simply measure a direct line to the north across Latham into the property line there. So the 66 feet is essentially just the width of the right of way. But that's not the distance from the actual structure to that area, nor is it the distance from the public entrance. But the reason why staff made the finding that it was within 100 feet is because that is how the code is written. But the code also would allow the city council to make a specific finding that this circumstance is unusual, and therefore that 100-foot hard rule does not need to apply here. You do have flexibility.
So Russ, so if we measured from the front door, you would have to go around Pet Boys and over to the other property. Around, yeah, okay. Or the other way, there's the health center all the way around. Okay.
Well, and I think since conceivably there will be employee access, even though it's not public access, it could be considered access. So, but I'm just guessing, looking at that we would probably fall within the 100 feet if you went to the north wall of the structure.
I think when they measured the structure, and I'm looking towards staff because they may have actually measured, I think the structure itself was more than 100 feet.
From the end of the structure, which would be here, to the first structure here, yes, I think there would be a distance of 100 feet.
Well, I'm finding myself swayed by arguments in both directions on this. I agree that proposed development should not necessarily be held accountable for the activity, the police calls for service that preceded the proposal.
You said that much better than I did.
But I also recognize with my previous career that alcoholic beverages do contribute to criminal behavior. But I certainly understand that you're not proposing a liquor store. You're proposing a market that would have alcoholic beverages for sale. And I understand your marketing template is you want them all similar. I appreciate you sharing the fact that you have an existing business elsewhere in the city, and by comments from my colleague, it seems to be doing quite well. I am appreciative of the offer to modify the hours of alcoholic beverage sales. Again, relying on my previous experience, I know that the later it goes in the evening, the more problematic alcohol purchases become, because many times people are already under the influence when they come in late at night wanting to buy more. And so I think it's a very reasonable concession to consider altering the sales to some cutoff time earlier than midnight. I think that's a reasonable thing to consider. I appreciate the fact that you're saying that you're going to have on-site security during business hours, correct? And that you're going to have state-of-the-art security cameras. The mayor has suggested that you consider conferring with our police department to see if you can get direct feed to their system. One of the things that always concerns me about any kind of an establishment that has the propensity for shoplifting or things like that is the ability for officers that are patrolling to be able to drive by and look into a building with some reasonable ability to see what the activity is going on. And it's always problematic from that perspective when businesses paper their front windows with advertisements and there's no way that you can see in past all the promotional things. That's what we would call a police hazard, because a patrolling officer has no way of knowing if there's a problem inside when he patrols by, or if he's responding to a call. It's very beneficial to be able to see inside without having to first go inside. All of those things, I think, would be my recommendations for a good business practice. I'm not telling you how to operate your business, but I'm looking at it from a public safety and a police officer safety perspective as well. I understand the concerns that have been shared by other comments about the proximity and the fact that we have other places where people can buy alcoholic beverages. But I also know too that there's such a thing as positive role models, and that undesirable behavior can oftentimes be favorably influenced by having positive role models. I'm not saying that that would necessarily be the case here, but I am familiar with the kind of activity because I frequent that area myself, and I've seen a lot of the kinds of things that are described in the police call for service history. So I've seen that activity. I've been exposed to that activity at the Shell station and even at Pep Boys. So I think it's incumbent upon us as a community to say that's not acceptable, and that we take it whatever actions we can to address that and discourage that. I don't think the onus falls entirely on one business or another. It's a collective process and mindset. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with the positive role model concept. So I'm willing to consider with some concessions that we bring this back, ask staff to bring it back with some alternatives that would perhaps be agreeable to council and meet appropriate exceptions to our code and meet with the satisfaction of the developer.
So, Mr. Rahman, if we are to make concessions, we can make them tonight because this is a public hearing. Are you willing to possibly purchase? Are you willing to purchase a camera that would be compatible with the police department? They're approximately $4,000. I'm sure that they can give you up or down, but that's about it. It would tie into that system. So you would be okay with that?
I'll be more than happy to.
And then what about the individual bottle sales?
In our stores, we don't sell anything under 23.5 ounces anyway. So if their product is over 23.5, we sell it as a package. Otherwise, we don't sell single beers. We don't sell any alcohol below.
Not Linda's little airplane bottles that she doesn't like. Okay. Got anything I can?
I think the spirits, because they do come in different sizes, we only apply to the beer and wine. I'm sorry, the beer. That's the single beers that we don't sell single beers. Anything with the beer base, we don't sell singles or anything below that ounce, the 23.5 ounce. On the spirits itself, they don't the ABC doesn't restrict that. They only restrict the beer, as far as I know.
Right.
So I'm
not asking about ABC restrictions. These will be like, these are you and I making a deal right now.
Yeah, we're not. Yeah, they're called the 50 mil. I don't need to carry those. That's not part of our concept.
You could be okay with that. So
Because I know a lot of, and they are liquor stores that sell the itsy bitsy little things that are usually by the checkout.
Yeah.
And you walk out the door and you see them in the street, on the sidewalk, in the parking lot, all over the place. I have a real issue with, airplane
yeah.
size. That's exactly what it is. You get one drink out of it. So, and the last concession that I ask for is that you have a strict no loitering policy for people on your property, like with your security company.
Absolutely.
Because when I drive down Florida, there's certain liquor stores or markets that constantly have people outside, so intimidating that I think it hinders their business. So it really confuses me as to how they're still open.
We train our employees frequently go outside and walk the premises for trash, loiterers, panhandlers, and the parking lot itself. So we will be doing the same.
Okay, so we have this for the record, everybody? What
Uh,
else do we need to have besides voting?
So the additional conditions that I heard were no single sales of beer, a minimum alcohol bottle size of 375 milliliters for spirits and for wine, a surveillance system that is capable of being tied into the police system.
Not the system. So he's going to have his own system inside. He has that. This would be a exterior camera that is a specific one that our police department uses.
Okay.
And HOAs buy them, different organizations. So he'd have to get it exactly from the city, but
Okay, so it's an exterior camera purchased from the city. Hours of operation restriction, sales end at 10 PM.
I believe you already put that in your concessions
That was in the
for
concessions.
10 PM. Is that
We're
correct?
okay with that.
On-site security during the hours of operation.
And is your security 24/7 or is
We're
it?
at 24-hour security.
Okay.
24-hour
That was, I
security.
was going to say, after hours is probably
More
just
dangerous.
yeah, more important than during working off hours.
And then all of the standard conditions that are in the city's ordinance. And were there any other ones, Mayor?
I think that was all. Do you have more, Russ? Covers everything?
I did want to clarify the size that you put down. It's not 375. 375 is a big bottle. We're talking to eliminate the 50 mil
Okay,
spirits.
so 50 milliliters will be prohibited.
Prohibited.
So that would still allow 100, 200, 375 and up, council, so that you're aware. As long as, okay, 50 mils are out. Do you agree to all of those conditions that the council's proposing?
So council member or Mayor, Councilmember Brown mentioned something, and I think there is some relevance there. And it had to do with the unobstructed view of the facility itself, that I think you called it a police. Yeah. I don't know if that's stated in the Muni Code, but it may be something that the council may want to consider adding
Isn't
to ensure
that-
officer safety.
I'm sorry, isn't that in the
That is in section 90.
signage ordinance
Okay.
too, says you can only have X percentage of your windows covered.
You know, it does go back to what the mayor said. These are the rules established by the council for this group to operate. There could be additional requirements imposed by the council on the operation to ensure the items that Councilmember Brown referenced.
You're okay with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Right, with that, would you like to anyone want to make a motion?
Quite honestly, city attorney, I don't know what to say.
I will volunteer. A recommended motion for the council member could be to approve the appeal, grant the appeal, and grant the conditional use permit and the PCN, and direct staff to prepare the necessary resolutions with the appropriate findings and return with those on consent to be approved at the next regular city council meeting,
That's a good motion that I just made.
with the conditions.
The conditions that
as
have been
amended.
stated and agreed to by the business owner. Thank you.
And I'll
All right.
second that.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
All right, thank you, everyone, for all your work on this. Next, we have item 14B. This is another appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. Before we begin this, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, with that, we will call our meeting back to order. Next, item 14B.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council and the community. I'm Monique Alanis Flater, Principal Planner. I'm here to present the Appeal 21-002 for Stetson Corner. The appellant is Concerned Citizens of Hemet and Maria Cassian in care of the law offices of Delano and Delano. The applicant is Ralph W. Defish with Sage Invesco LLC. The owner is Rancho McCullen LLC and Micrometer Inc. The property is located at the southeast corner of Sanderson and Stetson Avenues. And the project proposal includes a proposal to construct a 12-bay gas station, a 4,088 square foot convenience store with 7-Eleven, with type 20 alcohol beverage control ABC license for the off sale of beer and wine, a 2,660 square foot drive-through fast food restaurant, and 3,590 square foot car wash with self-service vacuum stations under canopy. The project also includes a tentative parcel map to reconfigure the site, totaling 8.7 acres into 5 parcels, as well as a relocation of a portion of the Micrometer parking lot. The site is approximately 8.7 acres, located at the southeast corner of Sanderson and Stetson Avenue. The project site currently consists of a combination of vacant land and existing industrial development, also known as the Micrometer facility. The site is surrounded by existing development, single-family residential to the north and south, and east of the site, and the Page Plaza 40-acre commercial shopping center directly to the west of the project site. The property maintains a general plan land use designation of business park and is zone M1 limited manufacturing. The BP Park designation of the general plan provides for a single and multi-tenant light industrial flex offices, as well as ancillary retail uses. Just to kind of illustrate the overall site development of the project, the proposed gas station and convenience store is located and positioned at the northwest corner of the property at the intersection. To the south of the convenience store is the drive-through restaurant, and the area marked in purple is the car wash. To the east of the site, on the east side of the Micrometer Inc. Development, is a new proposed parking area for employees. There's the illustration of the architectural design for the development. This is the drive-through restaurant and car wash, as well as the overall landscape design for the site. On July 20th, 2021, the Planning Commission voted to adopt the Planning Commission resolution to approve and certify a final environmental impact report and a mitigation monitoring program for the project, as well as the adoption of a resolution to approve the project for site development review, conditional use permit, and tentative parcel map 37779, as well as directed staff to file a notice of determination with the county clerk. And we did receive a letter of appeal from the law offices of Delano and Delano on behalf of concerned citizens of Hemet and Maria Cassian in opposition to the project. The specific grounds for the appeal were provided in two separate letters attached, one being a letter of opposition in regards to the environmental impact report, and also in regards to another letter that was presented at the Planning Commission meeting in regards to the actual staff report analysis, general plan findings prepared for the project. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, the city prepared responses to all written comments received during the draft EIR environmental impact report process, which raised any environmental issues. Responses to the concerns addressed were provided and incorporated into the final environmental impact report document. And it was determined that the project would have no significant impact on the environment, as well as the incorporation of mitigation measures and conditions of approval for the project. The environmental impact report was processed and prepared pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act requirements. At the public hearing, the additional letter was presented and introduced with additional concerns in regards to the general plan, municipal code, and findings prepared for the project. This responses and clarification has been provided in the staff report that was prepared for you this evening. Staff would be happy to expand upon the topics, concerns raised, should the council desire. On September 3rd, 2021, the city gave public notice by advertising in the press enterprise and by mailing to property owners within 500 feet of the subject property of holding the public hearing. To date, we received one letter of opposition from a nearby property owner. Based on the outlined analysis in the staff report, staff is recommending that the city council uphold the Planning Commission's determination to approve the project, one, to adopt the resolution PC 21-023 and PC 21-022 for the environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring reporting program as outlined in the city council resolution, as well as the site development review SDR 19-010, conditional use permit 19-009, and tentative parcel map 37779, map 19-003, based upon the CEQA findings outlined in a staff report and the project findings and conditions of approval expressed in the council resolution. Also, the recommendation is to deny appeal 21-002, the appellant's appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project and corresponding environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring program. The environmental consultant, DUDEC, is also present online this evening to answer questions. I would be happy to answer questions. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll open the public hearing. First speaker, we have Connie Fox. You just pull that whole thing down, that whole stick, right? There you go. Just there, perfect. Just pull it a little bit closer like this so that you can, yep, it's just bendable. Thank you.
I want to be screaming. Good evening, everyone, council and Madam Mayor. I'm Connie Fox, and I'm here to represent Sage Investco, the developer. And we just wanted to, on behalf of Sage Investco and Patrick Scherow, I'm speaking with the deepest appreciation for the continued support from staff, from our EIR consultant, Dudek, who assembled the EIR documents in accordance with all the federal, state, and local ordinances and regulations. The Planning Commission, with the unanimous votes of approval twice now on this particular property, and all of the subsequent local agency departments for their participation in creating, a perfect proposed destination for this corner. And along with incorporating measures for safety for the Micrometer team and their staff by adding the parking lot on the far eastern end of the property. It's honestly through our dedication, the partnership with you community leaders, businesses, local businesses, neighbors, that we're striving for success and making this come together to brighten up, the area with the bright fresh fare concept of 7-Eleven. Now it's light, it's people, locals, it is truly convenient, and they can pick up, stop and get healthy essentials with fuel, the car wash. It's just getting the quality that the city of Hemet deserves here. And we are talking to Pollo Campero, which is similar to Popeyes, So we're looking at a healthy drive-through restaurant for convenience of the busy families around here. So it's all for the good of the community. So I just wanted to thank you again for allowing us to be your partners in securing a great future and brightening up this southeast corner of Sanderson and Stetson. And so I'm here to answer any questions. We also have 7-Eleven representatives available for questions, as well as our staff and partners.
Well, thank you very much. And don't go too far in case we have questions. Thank you. Okay, are there any comments from anyone that is online?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have several folks registered on e-comment and on Zoom. And on Zoom, we're going to start with Frank Berkman. I'll ask you to unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're live with the City Council and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Well, yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members and staff. I really do appreciate this opportunity to speak to you all. As was said, my name is Frank Berkman, and I'm the operations director at Micrometer. And as shown in the presentation, we're located on the West Stetson Sanderson Avenue corner, and it's clear we're directly impacted by the Stetson Corner development project. And me representing Micrometer's interest, I'd like to start by making it completely clear that my reason for speaking tonight is to recommend that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's determinations of approving the EIR and denying the appeal. And just to give a little color on that, I've worked at Micrometer now for over 14 years, and I've seen the community develop around us, and I could probably speak for hours on the benefits coming from this development project for the community. But I'll limit my focus to the safety portions of those benefits as it relates to Micrometer. If it isn't clear in the presentation, we currently have one very narrow entrance that is also an exit, with one additional exit to the west, both of which are really close to the intersection of Sanderson. We have lots of traffic coming in and out throughout the day. Just to name a few, we have employee traffic, which is about 170 people, forklift traffic, deliveries and shipments, tractor trailers, vendors, suppliers, you can name it. We have it coming through our gate, and they come all day long through that one entrance and those two exits. And it makes it extremely challenging to run operations because it poses a safety risk to the foot traffic and the vehicles coming in and out because of the congestion there. And I tell you this because as the plan outlines, Micrometer will be obtaining a full parking lot to the east of our current property. And it's key for us to mitigate these safety issues. New parking lot will enable us to limit traffic through that current main entrance to only deliveries and shipments, and give us a dedicated entrance and 2 dedicated exits, an actual left and right turning lane out of the parking lot for our employees. In addition to the dedicated entrance and exits, the location of this parking lot being further away from Sanderson Avenue intersection is important because the current setup actually creates challenges for our employees trying to leave the premises at the end of their shift, and our suppliers throughout the day, turning both left and right. We've tried to control it and, tell people only to go right, but even that poses hazards as people come around that corner. Particularly though, turning left out of our parking lot today is difficult because that turning lane where the vehicles driving west on Stetson and are attempting to turn left on Sanderson to go south can easily back up past our current main entrance and our exit gate, forcing our employees to take unnecessary risks. And I just want to make it clear that this new parking lot really mitigates those risks.
Mr. Berrickman, your 3 minutes are up. So if you can please conclude.
Yep. And I'll just finish my comments with acknowledging and appreciation of the care that goes into making decisions like this. And I felt it was important to highlight the safety improvements this development project will bring to Micrometer employees. And it's important to note that most of them are residents of Hemet and San Jacinto, and they've all spoken very highly of the improvement that's being recommended. Thank you for your time and consideration here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Isabella Rodriguez, you're up next to speak in front of the public, in front of the city council members and public. And I've just unmuted you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Isabella Rodriguez. You'll have 3 minutes to speak and you're live with the city council. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, council. As mentioned, my name is Isabella Rodriguez and I'm with Delano and Delano. We represent the concerned citizens of Hemet. And as staff has mentioned, we have submitted 2 letters and now, as of today, a third about this project. The first letter focused on the inadequacies and inaccuracies of the associated EIR. And the second letter focused on the numerous inconsistencies and violations of the project in relation to the City of Hemet's municipal code and general plan. We believe that in order for the tentative map to be approved and in order for all of these permits to be approved and adopted, that this project should fall in compliance with specific CEQA requirements and also in compliance with the general plan and municipal codes. Without these, the tentative map and the various permits, should not be approved. This project, if completed, must be done so properly. And that means with serious considerations to the associated environmental impacts, which even if this proposed project will bring, conveniences and other things that people have mentioned for the neighborhood, it also will bring a lot of noise, a lot of traffic, a lot of emissions. And those things are definitely not something to just ignore. So we urge you to at least not approve the project as proposed, and we appreciate your consideration of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And next up, we have Ibrahim Aga. I've unmuted you and you're live with the City Council. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And yeah, your 3 minutes are going to start now. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council member and staff. I don't want to go in details regarding the panhandling, about theft, about oversaturated. I have 2 things that, as a citizen of Hemet, I would like the council member to speak on my behalf and address my concerns. First concern is the close proximity to the residents of the Willow Walk. That's this shopping center, this gas station that I'm assuming it has beer and wine, that it's exactly one wall separate the residents from that shopping center. It's literally one wall. So it's actually, if that wall doesn't exist, that residents will be in the same shopping center. The second thing, as a resident, me driving west on Stetson,
trying to make a turn to the left on Sanderson going south. I don't know if the staff can be able to bring the map where I'm assuming they are giving them an access to that shopping center from Stetson. But if all the council member, the mayor, everybody driving from that during the morning, afternoon, if you know how hard is it to go under that traffic light to make a left turn from Stetson to going south on Sanderson, imagine when you give them a turning in there so people can see that turn to go left turn. How, and it's gonna be a disaster in there, because if you see every day, and I can record that for you in another session if you would like, you'll see that the line is backed up all the way before, prior to the Macometer project or Prometer. But if you're giving them a left turn, how do you gonna be planning to turn left on Sanderson from Stetson with all this traffic that existing right now with not even going left? This is gonna be a major disaster as far as a traffic point of view. And I would like the council member to speak on my behalf and address that concern, because it's really concerning right now without any opening. And thank you for that.
Thank you.
That concludes Zoom comments. I do have 3 e-comments, 2 that will be read into the record and 1 will not, as Mrs. Rodriguez spoke earlier this evening.
Excellent. Thank you.
Starting with Mark Cooper. We manage the Plaza Walmart Center across the street from the subject Stetson Center. We have not received any objections from the owners, tenants, and users in Page Plaza, with the exception of the 76 gas operators complaints regarding the proposed development at the SEC of Sanderson and Stetson. We appreciate the tremendous efforts from the Stetson developer in identifying and mitigating any impacts the project has set forth in the EIR 2020-031032. We have no objections to and support the project. We encourage the council to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's determination. End of comment. The second one was by Mr. Frank Barrickman, who stated that he submitted an attachment which we were unable to retrieve as there was no attachment posted. He says, please see attachment. If for some reason I am unable to connect, he would speak tonight. And that concludes all e-comments.
Excellent. And he did send an attachment to us all today. So okay. I think we've got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. With that, we will close the public hearing. And we'll bring it back to council. Do we have questions, comments?
Question for staff. Can you, maybe that map would work. The comments by the last speaker about, if I understood him correctly, he was talking about concerns about vehicles exiting the project and trying to make a left turn to go south on Sanderson. And is that project designed for that kind of a turning movement?
Yes, as part of the analysis for the overall project, a queuing analysis was prepared for the Sanderson Avenue, Stetson Avenue intersection to assess the adequacy of the northbound right and westbound left turn pockets at the intersection. As a result of the study, the applicant is going to be required to restripe the westbound left turn lane on Stetson to accommodate additional vehicles, approximately 175 feet. So there'll be approximately 250 feet of queuing. at the Stetson Avenue intersection for vehicles traveling westbound to make that left turn.
So he's going to be required to restripe the turn pocket to allow for more vehicles to queue going from west to south.
That is correct.
Okay, and I see that there's an entrance into the project area off of Sanderson. There's an entrance for northbound traffic off of Sanderson to enter the project, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is there an exit from the project for vehicles leaving the project to make a left turn and go south on Sanderson?
Yes, so the northbound traveling on Sanderson is into the site is going to be right in, right out only.
Could you use the pointer to show that, just to make sure? I think I know what you're talking about, but.
So vehicles traveling would be able to traverse right in and right out onto Sanderson, as well as right into the gas station. There is a new raised medium going to be recommended as part of a condition of approval, which will restrict vehicles from making going south to go southbound onto Sanderson.
Okay, thank you. That's the point that I was trying to get to, because if I understood the concern that was shared by the speaker, he was concerned about cars making a left turn out of the project and running into conflict with cars making a left turn off of Stetson. And what you've just described is there will be no cars exiting and making left turns out of the project onto Sanderson. That's correct, right? Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that traffic? The arrow on Stetson making a left turn down to Sanderson, is that a left turn on Sanderson or the left turn into the project?
That is a left turn for left the left turn pocket for left vehicles traveling eastbound, turning left southbound on Sanderson Avenue. Yes.
Sanderson. It's not into the
Sanderson,
project.
not into the project.
Okay. Okay. And I have a question. You said there was a representative from DUDEC on the line. Did somebody say that?
Yes, the environmental consultant is on the line.
I have one question for them.
Can you provide me with their name one more time?
Donna Marshall.
So Donna Marshall, I've just unmuted you.
Hi, this is Donna with DUDEC.
This is Councilmember Linda Krupa. I just have one question, and that you performed the EIR.
Yes, we prepared the EIR, and we also do have our traffic consultant on the phone as well.
Okay.
Not with me, but she'll have to be unmuted if we need to ask her questions too.
My question to you is, was the EIR done within CEQA compliance?
Yes, we prepared the document in accordance with CEQA.
Thank you very much. That was my only question. Appreciate that. I'm done. Okay, before we go on, I believe we have to open the public comment again. We have one more person on the line that would like to speak.
Yes, Mr. McFarland, you're live with the City Council meeting.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Mike McFarland. I represent 7-Eleven here. I just wanted to thank staff and also our partner here with Connie Fox and Sage 7-Eleven's been working with them for over 2 years here on this particular project and previously as well. So it's been a long project. We're very excited about coming here and have another successful project in the city of Hemet. And I am here to answer any questions specific to 7-Eleven. And again, I wanted to thank everybody at the city staff level and Planning Commission for all of their hard work and working with us to make this successful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll let you know, and I'm going to close the public session. I'm sorry, the public hearing, and bring it back to council.
Okay, so the wall that's between the residents and where's that at? Down there at the bottom? Are there houses there that have a second story? Can they see?
There currently is a grade separation and difference between the residence and the property, the vacant property. There is a raised masonry wall, approximately 12 to 15 feet in height. It is not likely that they would be able to have a clear view. If they did have a two-story, perhaps they could. However, we'd have to look at their setbacks, and there have been no established photographs provided or any evidence that would indicate they would have visual impacts as a result of this project.
And then the last question for me, if I lived right there, would I be able to hear those vacuums?
The proposed car wash, there would be a certain level of decibels during the day. However, the decibel levels are in compliance with our city standards for daytime and nighttime. The car wash is oriented towards Stetson. So the equipment and the noise is going to be, it would be more towards Stetson Avenue. However, their hours are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So there would be no impacts to noise in the evening, and during the daytime, they are below the threshold required for the noise standards, above and beyond really what's already there now with the Sanderson Avenue and Stetson Avenue noise levels. So that would be in compliance with the criteria, but they potentially could hear at the property line, there would be sound.
What are the emissions that one caller talked about?
The air quality impacts, and the DUDEC is on the line. We may be able to have additional response, but it was outlined in the final environmental impact report, clarifying that air quality would not be impacted to a level of significance based off the overall project.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing I have to say is I think that Hemet is clearly open for business. And so I'm excited to see progress and change. Anyone else?
Yeah, it's gonna look really, it's gonna beef up that area and as far as aesthetics. And so I'm really proud to see something like this come along.
And just, I want to echo the comments of that Frank made about the enhancements that this is going to allow for Micrometer, one of the longer standing businesses here in town. And it's going to make a better work environment for all of his employees and a more aesthetically pleasing setting overall.
All right, anyone else? And do we want to entertain a motion?
I'll give it a shot. I move that we uphold the Planning Commission's determination that approving their Planning Commission 21-023, and that we deny the appeal number 21-002. Is that sufficient, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, I think you're essentially following the staff recommendation.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Next, we have item 14C.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Tonight before you is a zoning ordinance amendment 21-001. This will have to do with the residential setback and housing businesses. The applicant is a city of Hemet. Property owners varies because this would apply throughout the city. The location for it would be citywide, and the zoning that's impacted by this requirement is R1 10,000, R1 7.2, R1 6, R1 5, and commercial manufacturing zones. So on June 1st, 2021, Planning Commission continued this item to June 15th to make adjustments. On June 15th, 2021, Planning Commission forwarded an approval recommendation to City Council. This was initiated due to an amend the various sections of Chapter 90 of the Hemet Municipal Code regarding residential setbacks and the modification of housing type businesses in the commercial zones. We've received multiple requests from homeowners with limited lot sizes. The requirement currently states that they need to have a 10-foot building setback. But however, when they're trying to construct a patio, they have been running into an issue because they don't have no more than maybe 12 to 15 feet of rear yard setback. So with 10 feet, they really couldn't build a rear yard patio cover. So what we're proposing is that for a patio setback, not a building setback, but patio setback, we reduce it down to 5 feet for the zoning of 10,000, 7,200, 6,000, and 5,000 square foot lot sizes. So here you'll see that we're reducing the required setbacks at 5 feet for both attached and detached. And that we are also assisting in housing development to meet state and city needs, and we're encouraging housing development to meet RENA numbers. And so Hemet Municipal Code Section 90-893E10, as well as H4, are being requested to change from conditionally permitted use to a permitted use. And those areas are identified here in 10 as a C2 permitted, and here C2 permitted with outdoor storage. And under the California CEQA, we're utilizing 15061 section B3, which provides the CEQA only applies to projects that have the potential for causing a significant impact. This particular changes are language only, so there's not a specific project associated with it. So there's no CEQA impact to this change. And we have advertised through the press enterprise for the hearing. We haven't received any communications in favor or in opposition of the proposal. And it is recommended that we introduce read by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet California, amending two sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code to amend residential setback and include housing businesses. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. With that, we will open our public hearing. City Clerk, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
I have no registered public comment, but I do want to open it up to the folks on Zoom just in case. If there's anyone wishing to speak now, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. And now is the time for public comment for 14C. Just give them a moment. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
That we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
I'd like to thank staff for taking the initiative on this. I think it's a good indication that we listen. And what brings to mind, the city manager and I spoke just before the COVID shutdown at the Diamond Valley Solera community. And one of the things that in the Q&A that they brought up was this very issue. And so I know Rome isn't built in a day, but I think it's indicative that the city does listen. And if requests are reasonable, they're reasonably addressed. And so I appreciate you bringing this to us.
Thank you for that staff report. I do have a question. The 5-foot setback, is that only for rear yards, or can it be applied to side yards depending on the shape of your house and access to your back and or side where you would put a patio cover?
Sure. This particular request is for 5-foot patio cover setback. So
Right.
if the patio cover happens to be on a oblong shaped lot and it happens to be on the side yard, then it can go to 5 feet of that side yard.
Okay, because it does say somewhere in here that it's the rear yard setback. So it's like, okay, to me, that's the rear yard, side yard, whatever. Thank you. That's all I have. Right, if we have no further discussion, then do you want to entertain a motion? Yes. Recommend that. Introduce, read, is that the one we're on? 14C? Introduce, read by title only, and waive further reading of an ordinance of the City Council, City of Hemet, California, amending two sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code to amend residential setbacks and include housing businesses.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Great, thank you. Next item, 14D. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. And so to introduce and read by title only and waive the further reading of the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending two sections of Chapter 90 zoning of the Hemet Municipal Code to amend residential setbacks and include housing businesses.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Item 14D.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is a revision to the City of Hemet's backflow ordinance. The original ordinance was adopted in 1988 and last revised in 1993. And I'm going to ask our water and wastewater superintendent to make the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The Federal State Drinking Water Act, established in 1974 by Congress to protect public health against contamination in drinking water. In 1987, California established a cross-connection control program with the adoption of Title 17. Title 17, 7584 requires water suppliers to protect the public water supply from contamination by implementation of cross-control program. The city of Hemet's background is the city established its first backflow ordinance in 1988, revised the ordinance in 1993. The city of Hemet currently has 1,361 backflow devices within the system that are included in the city's backflow and cross-control program. The purpose of a backflow and cross-control program is to protect the potable water distribution system from the possibility of contamination or pollution which may occur from backflow, back siphonage, or cross connection through the implementation of a cross-control backflow control program. What is a backflow prevention device and how does it work? A backflow prevention device is a device that allows water to flow in one direction but never in the opposite direction. Its sole job is to prevent drinking water from being contaminated due to backflow or back siphonage. The need to revise the City of Hemet backflow ordinance is to bring the city's backflow and cross connection ordinance, Chapter 82, Article 3, Division 2 of the City Hemet Municipal Code to current industry standards and align our ordinance with other local agencies. Some key changes to this ordinance will clearly identify what type of water user is required to install and maintain a backflow prevention assembly. It outlines responsibilities for the City of Hemet, the water customer, and the backflow assembly tester. Backflow assembly testers are held to a higher standard to qualify to remain on the City of Hemet backflow testers list. It clears up backflow installation processes to streamline inspections and testing to make sure that assemblies are installed correctly before testing occurs. Sets a requirement to bring outdated, non-testable devices to current code and requires backflow prevention assemblies on temporary construction services. It also updates the City of Hemet's non-compliance of backflow testing. It outlines a water shutoff procedure, and this also enables the city to test the assembly for non-compliance in lieu of a shutoff for non-compliance for services that qualify for health reasons such as medical facilities, and allows the city to recover those costs for the services. And that concludes my presentation, so I'll take questions.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. With that, we will open our public hearing. Do we have anyone here to speak?
I have no registered public comment, but I'll just ask if there's anyone on the Zoom chat call. If there's anyone wishing to speak right now, now is the time. So please raise your hand. We'll give you just a few moments. Seeing no one raise their hand, Madam Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, with that, we will close our public hearing and bring it back to council. Okay, I will start. Thank you, Travis. Good presentation. And Lynn, how's your foot? Okay, got that out of the way. I'm glad this is finally being brought to us because there's always a lot of comments in the general public about what a nuisance it is that I'm being required to put in a new backflow device and blah, 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 and it doesn't make sense. Well, it does make sense. So thank you for that. But I do have a question. Are these backflow devices required only on commercial establishments, or are they on entire strip malls? How and where are they installed?
Backflow devices in this ordinance are going to be our original ordinance, and then even this ordinance are required in commercial and industrial use. They're also required for landscape meters.
Come up closer to your mic.
They're also required for landscape meters. They are also required for multi-family housing as well. That pretty much.
So would they be required on the older mobile home park areas that have City of Hemet water?
If it's served by a single water meter and service to the house, then no. If the facility like a big mobile home park that is served by one line that from then goes to private, it will be required to have a backflow device to protect our water system.
Okay, that's all of my questions. Thank you very much. Good presentation. All right, with that, we have no more questions. First reading, so I will make a motion to waive further reading. Yes, read by title only and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, replacing Division 2, Control of Backflow and Cross Connection, Section 82-101 through Section 82-104 with those things.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0 to waive full reading and read by title only and introduce an ordinance entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, replacing Division 2, Control of the Backflow and Connections, Cross Connections, Section 82-101 through Section 82-104 with the Section 82-101 through Section 82-126 and renumbering Division 3 Water Conservation Plan Section 82-121 through Section 82-134 to Section 82-127 through Section 82-140 of the City of Hemet Municipal Code.
Hey,
That is
John.
excellent.
John.
Good job.
Just for the record, I did the second. Yeah.
Thank you. Motion stands corrected.
Excellent. Well, we made it through our public hearings. Well, 10 o'clock. Good job, guys. Way to go. Next, we'll move on to item 15, consent calendar. Just hold on, just one more minute. All the consent calendar items are acted upon with a single motion. So if anyone like to pull an item, please do so now. Would like to pull 15B, 15C, 15D, 15E. Is there anything left? Nice, you pulled mine, so thanks. I want to pull. All right, do we want to make a motion for?
Mayor, I
Yes.
would like to continue item 15B.
Thank you.
We received some correspondence and we'd like to review that. And we'd like to continue it for 30 days, Mayor.
Okay, continue for 30 days. I will go along with the city manager's recommendation on that. So we are looking for a motion to pass 15A, F, G, H, and I.
So move.
You have a second? Second. Right.
Motion to pass the consent calendar with the exception of items 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E. Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay, first item 15C. Okay. And this doesn't have really anything to do with the report. It has to do with answering the questions from concerns of the audience. And I don't know, let me just put it this way. In several of the agencies that I'm a board member of, we save comments on the agenda for items on the agenda to when the agenda item takes place so that those questions can be answered at that particular time. And I think it saves a lot of frustration for the people in the audience when they come and they make their comments at the beginning of the meeting, and then we don't get to that agenda item until 10 o'clock and their questions go unanswered. And it's not fair. It
the perception is that the city is trying to pull something over somebody's eyes. The answers are in the staff report. However, when they're brought up by a citizen, I think they need to be addressed at the council meeting at the time that those questions are brought up. So that's,
Put the comments back into the item numbers.
I would like that. And I would like to just, those questions, and they were on item 15C
And E.
and E, and ask or direct the city manager or to staff to make sure that Mrs. Darrowan and Mrs. Gregory are contacted and that their questions are answered.
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's the only issue I have with those two items.
And what I can do is, I'm sure Lynn is prepared to answer some of those questions. I've got the questions here that I'm prepared to answer, because I do know that one of the questions that was, or one of the comments that was made, I was planning on making some comments on that as well. So they were directly in line with the questions that were asked.
Okay.
So would you like to answer 15C, the question that Mr. Owen asked?
Yes. The item actually is a procurement of the materials necessary for our water department. Because of the timing as far as the council meetings went, we needed to have the ability to buy materials. This wasn't a case of we had an award of $49,500 and then the price was increased. It actually was, we issued a purchase order to allow us to be able to buy the materials and then come before you to increase the purchase order to the original planned amount. So it was not a matter of we did anything nefarious in the whole process.
Excellent, thank you. And if we want to go to, let's see, item, we can just approve them all at the same time if you want.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions on, and Mrs. Gregory's comments were on the budget, and if you could get back to her on that.
We'll talk about that because I have a comment too, or a question.
So on item 15D, I'm thoroughly in favor of this, but my question is, you're going to be bringing back an overall program for in-kind services for special events that will then come before council?
That's correct. That's the plan.
Okay, because we boxed ourselves into a corner several years ago with individual requests for in-kind services from well-meaning organizations that the city needed to support with in-kind services. But it got to the point where it was totally out of control, which is why we established the special events program, and that everybody had to apply like a year in advance and blah, blah, blah. You know the routine on this, because there's several of them that are coming up that are equally as important as the West Valley Band thing, which is fantastic. But we also have the Tinsel Tri that is coming up in December, which is also at West Valley, and it's going to need in-kind services. So the sooner we have a program dealing with in-kind, that basically the city has to be involved in. And we know it costs money, but we have things we have to do. So I just wanted to make that comment and bring up prior history on how we had boxed ourselves into a corner before and decided to get out of it. And then that ended up not working as well as we thought it was going to work anyway. So I'm good. Carly, did you want to talk?
Yeah, I have a question. I had a similar question with that Pat Gregory had around
Yes.
about 15E and bringing back the amendment after the fact. So
Yeah, usually this is done at mid-year. That's the time where we can see where the expenditures are trending, see where things are happening, see where the direction that we're heading in. In this instance, there were a couple nuances. I don't want to make any sort of reasoning as to why it's coming so late. I don't like bringing items this late after the fiscal year is over. What should have happened was at mid-year, the proper dollar amount should have been allocated so that you're not seeing this 2 months after the fiscal year.
and even if it's before the end of the year, it doesn't necessarily matter.
That's correct. So we'd like to, we've had some conversations with staff, and that's not what our preference is. That's what did happen here, but our hope is and our plan is that it doesn't, this isn't a pattern for the council.
Okay, because I mean, as we pass a resolution, that resolution means nothing if it's not listened, adhered to.
Yeah, and the one thing that I will make a comment on is that as development upticks, and we know this as invoices come in, we needed to make sure that the invoices for May and June were solidified. The way that we get invoiced is we've got CIP projects, we've got development projects, and then we've got fee-based projects, and then we've got projects that just don't have a funding mechanism. And so what we saw in May and June was a lot of projects that we couldn't charge back to a specific fee. We couldn't charge it back to specific CIP projects. So the city essentially needed to eat that cost as a result of just providing service to the community. But I do think we should have been able to provide this sooner. And so my plan before the end of the fiscal year. So my plan is on a go forward that this doesn't become the norm and it's not the pattern. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay. Then with that, I would make a motion to approve 15C, 15D, and 15E. And we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve items 15B, 15C, and 15D. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, item 16A, we have our climate pollutants discussion. Oh, before we begin, you want your 10 o'clock?
Make a motion that we extend past our 10 p.m. curfew.
Or we turn into pumpkins. I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about
Good
that.
evening again, Mayor and members of the council. I guess I'm your 10 o'clock entertainment tonight. This item that's before you is a presentation on SB 1383, which is called the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Discussion. And little bit of background on this particular state law, which is going to have a significant and far-reaching impact on how we do manage our organics and manage our solid waste in the city and as well in the state. Organic waste is the largest element of the waste stream in California. According to Cal Recycles, in 2018, California disposed of approximately 24 million tons of organic wastes. In California, we throw away more than 6 million tons of food waste each year, and a portion of that is edible food waste. It's food that could be recovered and provided to help mitigate the hunger issues in the state of California. And finally, landfill organic waste contributes to the generation of methane gas, which is a greenhouse gas and can cause climate adverse issues for the state and for the nation. SB 1383 was originally adopted in September 2016. The state undertook, from the adoption, they undertook about 2 years worth of formal rulemaking starting in January 2019, and they finally adopted final regulations in fall of 2020. And those regulations are set to take effect on January 1st with state enforcement to commence. And so some of the goals that SB 1383 provides is a 75% reduction in the landfilling of organic waste by January 2025. We actually are at a 50% mandate as of 2020, but this is going to increase. The intent really is to get these organics out of the waste stream. And then they are also setting as a state goal a 20% increase in edible food recovery. So as I mentioned that, a large amount of that 6 million tons of food waste. The state estimates about 20% of that is recoverable for food banks and food recovery programs. SB 1383 requires the city to implement several programs. The first is to provide organics collection services to all residents and businesses. And it's important to note that the city has adopted in the current rate structure a bundled approach. And so in that bundling approach, we are to provide an organics collection method, a recycling method, and then a solid waste method. So if you think about your residential program where you've got a blue, green, and black can, that program is implemented across all of our customer base, including our commercial businesses. One of the key elements, though, is that under SB 1383, previously we offered options to our commercial customers. In other words, they could, opt in, opt out of the program. Under SB 1383, they will not have that option. They will receive all three bins, and that is a significant change compared to current practices. It requires the establishment of an edible food recovery program. We're going to go real quick through these. It requires us to conduct education and outreach to the community. So there's going to be an increase in terms of educational materials that will need to be developed in concert with CR&R in order to explain this new program and explain that you can now put your food waste in your green cans and to reach out to the business community. And I'd like to commend CR&R that they have been doing a lot of this. And I'm going to ask Alex from CR&R to kind of tell a little bit in a couple of minutes here about some of the great stuff that he's doing. We're really unique in the fact that Hemet's way ahead of some of the competition in terms of its ability to handle organics. It will require the city to implement a procurement, recyclable, and recovered organics products program. So in other words, where in past practice, we had requirements to buy recycled, we're actually going to need to establish programs that track our procurement and report it to the city. So if we buy 100 cubic yards of compost for use in a park, we have to document that, and that goes against the credits for SB 1383. Again, it secures access to recycling and edible food recovery capacity, and it monitors compliance and conduct enforcement. We are to enforce these rules, and that's why we will be bringing to you a new ordinance that will put into code the requirements and the enforcement mechanisms. And we are working with the city attorney on developing that. We expect that that will come to you probably towards the end of October as we work our way through. Again, one of the critical elements of it is a commercial food generator program. The program breaks the food generation commercial activities that are within the city into two tiers. Tier 1 includes wholesale food vendors, food service providers and distributors, as well as grocery stores over 10,000 square feet and supermarkets. That is a program that has to go into effect in 2022. Tier 2, which will go into effect in 2024, will include restaurants over 5,000 square feet, hotels with on-site food facility and more than 200 rooms, local educational agencies, so this will apply to the school district, large venues and events, state agencies with cafeterias, and health facilities with over 100 beds and on-site food facilities. So some of the skilled nursing facilities that may be in the community, this is going to impact them as well. The city must adopt an ordinance that includes provisions for enforcement, as I mentioned before, to be in effect by January 22. And we must perform compliance monitoring and education starting in 2022. And after 2024, enforcement will include issuing notices of violation and penalties for violators. So the state is taking this very, very seriously. They are putting a lot of this, of the program onerous on the cities to take these kind of actions, which is challenging to say the least. And I'd like to ask Alex Brakovich from CR&R to come up and cover a couple of the slides.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to see all of you tonight. My name is Alex Brakovich with CR&R. What we're going to do, Lynn has asked us to go over a few of the things that we've done already to make sure that the city of Hemet is going to be in compliance with these new regulations. These are, as I've been stating for the last 2 or 3 years, these regulations are changing the way we do business in a very significant way. For those of you who are new to the council, CR&R made a $100 million investment about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and it's called an anaerobic digester. And what that facility does, it's located in Paris, is it takes your green waste, your food waste, and we convert it to a renewable natural gas, which in turn fuels our trucks. And we also produce a compost material, a highly sought after organic compost material that we sell to third-party baggers, and they in turn put it at Home Depot, Lowe's, when you go and buy those types of materials. So in order for the city of Hemet to be in compliance, back in the early 2010s, we started doing some R&D on what would be the best methodology to use for these upcoming regulations and laws. I'm going to make this short and sweet because I know you guys have been here a long time. So at the end of the day, we decided to go down the organic or the anaerobic digester route. It's a significant investment, as we said earlier, but the city did take a bold step a few years ago, committing to it. And as a result, the beauty of that is that the city has guaranteed airspace at that facility, something that a lot of cities cannot say. I was on a conference call last week with an area of Southern California that shall remain nameless, and they have no plans in place for 1383 that will be coming up in less than 4 months. And if I was those communities, I'd be very concerned because, as Lynn mentioned, Cal Recycle is not taking this lightly. They are coming with some enforcement regulations on this. So it's very important that the cities get on board. So there's something called capacity planning within the regulations. As far as capacity planning, the city of Hemet is A-OK, not a problem. We've got your capacity guaranteed at the anaerobic digestion facility in Paris. And I will put a plug in if anybody would like to do a tour. Some of you have been through the tour already. We've done hundreds of tours of that facility with everybody and anybody, cities, counties, countries from around the world. We encourage you to come out if you would like to come out, and we would be more than happy to give you a tour of the facility. So, sorry I went off script a little bit. So what we do is we take residential co-collected with green and food waste, and we convert it into renewable natural gas and organic compost, as I said earlier. State of California, CARB, rates our fuel as carbon neutral, which is very important. Burning renewable natural gas, or RNG, in CR&R's collection trucks mitigates the methane that Lynn talked about earlier, that methane coming up from a landfill. So that's a very, very important part of our process. And our goal is to have our entire fleet running on this RNG fuel with near zero emission engines by 2030. We've looked at converting all your residential yard waste and carts into organic carts back in 2016 by adding food waste into your yard waste. 1383 also requires phasing in of appropriate labels and container colors, which we've already started. Commercial customer compliance, CR&R has added new staff back in 2018 to sign up commercial organics customers. This is a big deal for Cal Recycle. They come out every year, they do an audit basically, and they make sure that the number of commercial businesses in your city are in compliance. Your numbers have gone down in terms of those that are not in compliance significantly over the last 3 years. That's a result of us going door to door and basically visiting each business, explaining what the situation is. Done a great job. City of Hemet's business community has come through in flying colors. Future compliance. We're going to assist the city with the outreach materials, as Lynn mentioned earlier. So you're going to be seeing some additional education material coming through next year. Ensure that businesses and commercial edible food generators are compliant. And we will be adding additional staff for things like sampling, auditing, and reporting. These regulations require that we do a certain number of audits every year. You will see our folks out at your residential and commercial neighborhoods looking inside the cans. We have to lift the lids. We have to look inside. We have to take a picture. We have to report if there's contamination inside the containers. That requires additional personnel, which we do not have now. So the regulations are pretty clear on how we're supposed to do that. So we're getting geared up for that as we speak. Additional route reporting will be required as well. And we'll be working with staff on that.
years ago, you came out with a small sized bucket that had a carbon filter in it that that was when waste was first
Yes,
initiated.
Uh-huh.
Are those still being used?
Well, it depends if
Available on Amazon. We have one in our
I
kitchen.
have one.
Yeah, some people use them, some people don't. It's really a personal choice. But yes, we did provide those.
Okay,
So
thank
yes.
you.
All right, awesome. Way to go, guys.
I just would like to add that the state, just in the last couple of days, adopted legislation that does give us a little leeway in terms of enforcement. They recognize that with COVID and the delays that have occurred, that they have passed a bill. It's waiting the governor's signature. It's 619, SB 619. And so if that does get signed into law, that will give us a little wiggle room. But I think, as Alex and I have indicated, we're much ahead of presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16B. Drainage concerns.
So Mayor, while this is getting queued up, just a brief background on this. This item came up over the last few months, and it isn't included in the CIP, but we are seeking council direction if the council would like to include this on the CIP. And so Steve Larissa, our city engineer, is here to provide the update on this item. So Steve.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I almost got out of the presentation there with the sound, but still here. Anyway, yes, as Scott is bringing up the map, I don't have a very large presentation tonight, but we are looking to get direction from the council on some drainage concerns that have been brought to our attention. It appears that since the construction of Fire Station number 5, which occurred back in approximately 2005, and just for references, I know everybody can read Fire Station 5, 150 North Hemet Street is this apartment complex here, and forgive me if I screw this up, Bariloche. Does sound good? Okay. The street on the north over here, vacant field. So back in 2005, Fire Station number 5 was constructed. It was elevated to make sure it didn't flood itself. And over time, it appears, based on comments that were received from the owners of the property at 150 North Hemet Street, that some of the construction at Fire Station number 5 may have been causing some of the flooding that they're experiencing. Over the years, there's been sandbags that have been placed along the north property line of Fire Station number 5, as well as along the east side of Hemet Street. Back in 2014-15, there was a CIP project that was put together. It was advertised, it was designed, advertised. There was bid irregularities. It was brought to council and the bids were rejected. At that point, the idea or the direction was to go back and revise the plans to minimize any further bid irregularities. That's when a big change occurred with staffing. So nothing had ever been done after that. So the proposed improvements that were identified on there were basically the widening of Hemet Street on the east side, a wall along the north side of Fire Station number 5, and back to Hemet Street. The curb and gutter would extend all the way north to Bariloche Street lane. And the idea is that that's the natural drainage path to the north. and it would just continue on in the actual improved street going north on Hemet Street. That's pretty much the presentation, just looking to see where the council would like to go with this, if anywhere. Just want to bring it back.
I'll go first. This is in my district. When Fire Station 5 was built and was raised up, it caused the homes, and they're probably duplexes, in that 150 North Girard area to get some extreme flooding. So having experienced flooding at my own house, it always gets me. So I feel like we probably are liable for some of that flooding, and we haven't been put to task, but the least we could do is fix our problem that we created. That's what I think.
Can I make a comment about Caltrans? Because this is their problem coming from State Highway 74. But I do believe that we need to definitely look at this and do whatever improvements. And if it's a $200,000 cost, it needs to be done to protect Mr. Pirelli's property in there and just to get the liability removed. But it's also something to look forward to, that when we annex areas of Hemet that have been developed by the county and has a state highway running alongside of it, there are so many things that need to be looked at before we annex. I sound like a bitch, don't I? But that's exactly where it came from, because the curb and gutter along Highway 74 is non-existent, and the water comes up there, goes across the property for the fire station and goes right into the Pirellis. So yes.
They use the curb money for that thing down the middle.
There you go. Yes, which probably is going to make it even worse. But then when the new sidewalks and ADA ramps go in there, then it'll fix the situation, you think? Stay awake. There we go.
My only comment is that we do what is reasonable and prudent to address the problem. Once we have identified that we have some obligation as potentially being the source, we own it.
Sure. We'll move. Yeah, we'll do want us to make a motion. We'll move to put this on our next CIP project list.
Mayor,
Make a motion.
Would you like to have it for the next fiscal year? Or would you like staff to start working on it this year and bring back a revision to the CIP?
I'd say start working on it now, because it's
By the
not
time
going to
we get it
rain
done.
until
Yeah.
December.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we have done is, for the immediate issue, we do have Public Works that goes out there in tandem with engineering to place the sandbags, and they're periodically checking on them to alleviate any issues that might come up during the rainy season. So we are doing that.
But coming up with a solution as soon as
Yes.
possible, I think, is where we need to go on this rainy season.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
So moved.
All in favor?
Did you move? You moved. I second.
Aye.
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 All right. Unanimous.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, the next item, 16C. Before we start this, I'm going to go first. These items, and this was a city or two city clerks ago, but these items have been left undone. I mean, they left unfilled, besides the planning commission, I suppose. Purposefully, because we didn't have anyone to do them. But I thought on planning commission, we had an alternate. We had two.
The planning commission appointment. Oh,
I thought we used to have every other.
I'll want to do that one. Who's doing it now? Nobody at all? Okay, because I will say I listen in on all of them anyway.
Good.
Check. So who's the alternate?
Or it. So some of these don't have alternates. And so the problem is, I think that everybody was stretched when we,
Okay.
And
In
so-
fact, what we did before, that was when Mike was still on council. Mike took one of the meetings and Bonnie took the second meeting. So I'm willing to take one of the monthly meetings of planning if somebody else wants to take the other one, because it's really good education for council members to listen on what planning commission talks about.
want to do it? Okay. Malcolm will do one, you'll do the other.
So you get the first one of the month, I'll take the second, first and third Tuesdays. You and I will decide.
Now, the only-
Whichever is best for you.
Fine, perfect. There's other ones that do not have alternates. And I think that that was left.
I thought Russ was the alternate on skate parks.
I think he's the only one now. Now you're the only one, aren't you? Or no? I feel like we've done this. This is what I really
I thought
think.
we had two.
So, John Paul, I think this has come up because of the changeover with former council member Joe Males. And so as a result of that, there have been, I can recall at least one WCE that is, there is no alternate there. So there's only one council member. So when there's, when Councilmember Brown can't make it, there's nobody that represents the city. So I think that's the issue that's come up. John Paul, can you?
That is exactly correct. So what staff did was we highlighted the items that needed attention. So whether there's an alternate or no one in place there, and we wrote that down in the discussion. So for one of the items, we skate park committee alternate, a planning commission main person, community action commission of Riverside County main person, Ramona Bull board of directors alternate, and then the WCE alternate as well. And so yes, you did vote on this earlier this year, but as a result of the vacancy for District 4,
I still think that we had this conversation already since Joe has left, because
Yeah, I think I agreed to be the
mhm, yeah.
the primary and not the alternate.
Okay.
I'll have to go through my notes and find them for you, but there are like Community Action Commission of Riverside County that wasn't filled, and it's just because the commitment level of everybody. What about Ramona Bull?
Ramona Bull has to be changed because they changed the night of their meetings and I cannot make Wednesday nights. So I would suggest that Russ Brown be the primary and
Good, Russ.
Malcolm be the alternate. He went to the last meeting anyway.
Oh, perfect.
I have another calendar for tomorrow.
Is that good? Okay. All right, and then WCE. We have Russ, and who else wants to do that?
I'm in Riverside if they ever go back in lifetime meetings.
They're still doing hybrid, but they're meeting in person.
I'm in Riverside for another meeting the second Wednesday of the month. So if I'll be the alternate, you don't miss anyway.
No, I don't see the long term.
That's true. It's kind of gone away.
I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Perfect.
So the community action is going to be Malcolm. Very good.
Yeah. And we don't need to vote on this because we just appoint these. Excellent. All right, the next item. Our facility naming policy.
I can tell that the city manager wanted to start strong and end strong today. And he has two items that are from the city attorney's office for 16D and 16E. We'll go in to 16D. This is a resolution adopting a facility naming policy. I don't remember what meeting it came up, but it came up that the city lacked a formal facility naming policy. And in talking with the city manager, we do a lot of catch up, right? Something happens and we're like, man, it'd be nice if we have a policy on that. And we do a policy. And the city manager said on this one, you know what, why don't we get a policy before something happens?
Yeah, actually, how this came about was I was approached by a constituent who wanted to, how do I go about making a recommendation to name a baseball field after somebody who was very prominently involved in
Perfect.
youth baseball and was kind of an icon in that history. And so that's how it got started. And it ended up being very well adaptable to the Infrastructure Commission. And so they chewed on it and you got involved, and so now it's to us for approval.
Yes, so we put together a facility naming policy. City manager, the public works director, myself. Once we had one that we felt was sort of best practices in the local agency field, we sent it to the Infrastructure Commission. They had a very good meeting in July. We chewed on it a little bit, like you said, and they gave some recommendations that were incorporated into this final version that has been submitted to the city council. Not wanting to cause you to have to take subsequent votes to keep this going any further, I'll just give you the highlights. Essentially, what we're looking at here is requiring that facilities be named for geographical events, other features nearby landmarks. And if they are going to be named after an individual, like you mentioned, Councilmember Brown, then there would need to be specific findings about that person, that they have contributed in a sustained manner to the city of Hemet, to the residents of the city of Hemet. We have separate rules if a person is deceased versus if they're living, with the theory that if a person is deceased, we probably know most of what there is to know about this individual. If the person is living, then one of the things that we saw was industry best practice was to do a city administered background check to make sure that there wasn't something about the individual that might cause some concern with naming a city facility after them. And then, one of the things that we had talked about was also looking at, formalizing sort of the donation or sponsorship process. If somebody wants to contribute a significant amount of money to the construction of a city asset or its ongoing maintenance and operation, having a process in place for having that go forward. So that's pretty much all there is to say, unless there are specific questions from the city council.
I like it, and I'm so glad we're finally at this part. But two additional items that have come up in the past is park benches and having people's names on them. And apparently we have some benches in some parks who have names on them of people, whatever. Also, we had looked at one time, but it never came back to council, on planting trees. And we have some trees in Mary Henley Park that have plaques in the ground near the trees. Several of them were planted, and a plaque was put in for a prior parks commissioner. And there's also a tree on the north side of that park that has a plaque dedicated to a local family that was wiped out in a car accident a few years ago. And actually it was Walmart employees who raised all of the money for the tree and for the plaque and came to the dedication, and Public Works put a plaque in the ground, which is really kind of cool. So if those types of things maybe could be added.
Sure. I think that they could be done under the policy as it's written. If we're looking under, so it'd be page 1903 of your packet, page 4 of my policy. And so we're looking at the naming of what we're calling amenities. So, I've defined it as improvements located on identifiable property. And then I gave some examples. So a wall in a park, a plaza in front of a building, a trail,
Yes.
an interior room. If we wanted to add to that list, I would certainly understand that to include park benches and trees under the definition of amenity. I tried to give a couple of examples, but if you wanted to either add those specific items, that's fine.
Those are the only two that I have been privy to for requests.
Count,
Yeah.
it's amenities. I think
Yeah.
that'd be.
And we are tree city. So I mean, if people want to give us money to plant trees and it's a substantial amount of money that they give or whatever, or plant a forest, yeah, they can have their name somewhere.
The fact of the matter is the way it's defined here is anything that's not a building or a park, right? You know, a full facility, anything smaller than that would fall under the policy, and the city council would have the ability to name that thing. I mean, you could have, you know, not to give you any ideas, but you could have the Stephen Graham water fountain, you know, outside the city
Okay.
council chamber. You know, I mean, how much do you want? But you know, I think that's the kind of thing that you could do. I think anything could be an amenity under the policy. And I think trees and park benches are certainly the kind of things that make sense.
Okay.
I think it's covered under the description of amenities, so.
Very good.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Who wants to make the motion?
I move the staff recommendation that we approve and adopt this park or facility naming ordinance.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Just clarification of a resolution.
All right. Then we have 16E.
Yes, so this is coming back to the city council after the last meeting. What we have here is a resolution setting cannabis business license tax rates. So at the last meeting, you'll recall we went over ordinance 1951, which we currently have tax rates set in our community. Retail and all others are at 15% of gross revenue. Manufacturing is at 25% of gross revenue, and cultivation is at $30 a square foot. Those rates are very, very high compared to the state in general and our surrounding communities. Presumably it was set that way on purpose because at the time cannabis operations were not permitted within the city. At the August 10th meeting, the city council considered the tax rates that were recommended by Dave McPherson from HDL. I've listed those in the staff report, but they were retail at 6, manufacturing at 3, distribution at 2, cultivation at $7 per square foot, and all other activities at 4%. And I wanted to just make a small note here because it was a question that was asked at the last meeting. You know, how are micro businesses taxed? Because obviously the only way to engage in retail activity under the ordinance passed by the city council is to be a micro business. The retail portion of the business is taxed at the retail rate. The other activities are taxed at the applicable rate for that other activity. So if you had retail and you had cultivation, the cultivation area would be taxed at the per square footage, whatever that is set up by the council, and the retail would be taxed at the percentage of gross receipts. The city council asked for a survey of the surrounding jurisdictions. I decided to survey everyone in the county because let's get all the data. So you will see that here. You'll notice there's 3 columns, retail, manufacturing, and cultivation. Generally speaking, while occasionally I found a city that might tax another activity, it was so rare, it was 1 or 2, that these are the 3 activities where we see taxation as being consistent among our sister cities. Additionally, there are a couple of cities like Blythe that have very low taxes if you just look at the rates, but they also have a flat annual tax that's added on to that. So we actually just took them out of the averages because the way they set it up, it made it very difficult to actually use it for comparison purposes. So looking at the average tax rate in Riverside County for retail, we took out Blythe and Cathedral City, and that's at 9% of gross receipts. 9% would make us lower than the cities of Paris, Palm Springs, Palm Desert, Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, and Banning. It would make us equivalent to the city of Corona, and we would be higher than Moreno Valley and Coachella. So I believe we would still be in the competitive area. We'd still be competitive. We would certainly be lower than San Jacinto, which is at 15%. We'd be lower than Paris, also one of our adjacent cities. The next one was manufacturing. And again, there were several cities that didn't tax based on gross receipts. The average was 3.875%. And this one, unlike retail, which had a pretty large clumping around 10%, manufacturing was kind of all over the place. So Paris is up at 10%. Coachella taxes $15 a square foot. Banning's at 10%. And then Palm Desert, Palm Springs are at 2%. There are numerous cities that don't tax it at all, like Moreno Valley and San Jacinto. Then there's Cathedral City, which charges a nickel to 40 cents per gram of process or manufactured cannabis. So they were kind of all over the map. The average comes in a little bit under 4%, which is a little higher than the original recommended rate of 3%. So I think if you were in the 3 to 4 range, you're probably in the middle of the pack. The last one that we looked at was cultivation. Everyone that we looked at goes on a per square foot basis of canopy. So, and they varied widely. And my impression on this one was that those cities that first adopted cannabis businesses have the highest per square foot tax on cultivation, primarily because they got into this area early. That's where a lot of people have established their cultivation businesses. I don't anticipate a significant number of cultivation of large scale cultivation coming to the city of Hemet. In speaking with HDL, there is an overabundance of cultivation in the state already. We don't actually know where all the cannabis that's being grown in this state is ending up because more is being grown than is being sold. So it's just not a business type that's in high demand at this point. Perhaps if demand increases or we get national legalization, perhaps it would be in demand again. So the average though is $12.89 per square foot. If you look at sort of the cities that are close by, Paris is up at 25, Moreno Valley is at 15, San Jacinto is very low at $5 per square foot for outdoor and $10 per square foot for indoor. One of the interesting ones I saw was actually Banning's. Banning has a lower rate in your first year, and then it increases in subsequent years. And Desert Hot Springs has a higher per square foot for the first small amount, and then it gets lower if you scale it up. So I did see some interesting things there. That's certainly possible if you were
Different approaches for introductory offer.
right. Well, it looks like Desert Hot, and this is consistent with Desert Hot Springs. They got into this very early. They encourage large scale industrial size cultivation, and that's what they have out there. And Banning, on the other hand, I think they came a little bit later to this arena. And so they're maybe looking to induce people to perhaps come and start cultivation in their community by having that lower tax rate. Ultimately, I think that your tax rate on cultivation is going to impact your retailers because your retailers have to do micro business. The likely micro business that we'll see is cultivation tied with retail. And so, if the per square foot is too high, I think you may discourage the retail component coming in. So you may want to look at maybe not going with the average, maybe going lower. As we said, HDL's recommendation was $7 a square foot. And then I listed all of the cities that still have prohibited cannabis, just because one didn't want to leave them out. I've attached a resolution. You'll notice that I left the amounts blank this time around, mostly to make it easy on the city clerk, because I didn't know where the council would want to set these rates to. And then he can just fill them in and get it signed tonight. So that's the presentation. If there's any questions, please let me know.
Well, based on what you just walked us through, it looks like the recommendations that we did back in August are pretty much in line, except for maybe retail is a little low.
I think retail was perhaps a little low. You know, this is my second city council meeting this week. It's my second time talking about cannabis this week. Canyon Lake did their first reading and introduction of their regulatory ordinance yesterday. And we had the presentation from HDL. They were talking about anticipated revenue. They were talking about market saturation on the retail side. And they were saying that Riverside County has room for 56, I believe, additional retail outlets, earning on average $3 million in gross receipts. So you're anticipating at a 6% rate, earning about $300,000 in general fund revenue, just from that alone. So I think and they listed 6% on their slides at that presentation as very competitive as an inducement for the industry. They listed 8% as moderate, and they listed 10% as aggressive or relatively high. So I think 6% would be, you know, an inducement. I don't know if it would be enough that it makes a significant difference, but I think probably somewhere between 6 and 10.
Let me ask you guys something. Would you have your feelings hurt if we just kind of chewed on this for a little bit and brought it back again next meeting? I feel like I need to do a little bit more digging and stuff. I mean, it is page 2000. I mean, 1911, but is that, I don't know.
My feelings are incapable of being hurt, Mayor.
I don't want you to have your feelings hurt, but I think that would be wise considering the late hour, and we're not like bent. I mean, if not one of us is, you know, yeah.
You want a motion?
I think we can just pull it and table
Just
it till the
table
next
it?
meeting. Continue it. Okay.
Or continue it?
Continue to the next meeting?
Yes,
Is
I
there
think
any-
that would be wise.
Is there anything else you'd like added to the staff report, Mayor or Council, or are you good with the data you have here and you just want to?
I think it's good. I mean, unless somebody has questions for.
Yeah,
Steven, you guys
Wildemar
pull them.
has legalized retail. So I'd like to know what they're charging. And if it's just retail.
Beaumont?
No, Wildemar.
Wildemar, okay. Yeah, I believe Wildemar, the reason Wildemar and Lake Elsinore aren't on the list is because those two cities are doing the sneaky way of having specific one-off agreements with
Ho, ho, ho.
each one, as through either development agreements, which also is the way Canyon Lake is going to be doing it. And so there's no published set rate. That being said, happy to ask our fellow city for copies of those agreements so we can see what the
See what
rates
they're
are
doing. Absolutely.
and
Public
get that
documents.
information to the city council.
All right, we'll do that. Okay, then our last item is 16F, the League of Cities. Yes, our added item.
I forgot what that was.
Oh, well, I haven't, unfortunately, because I've got a 2 or 3 hour meeting scheduled tomorrow with revenue and taxation. League of California Cities next week has 2 resolutions before it, and I just kind of wanted some general input. One of the resolutions is, in my estimation, not a big deal, and it basically is asking legislature and the governor to provide necessary funding for the CUPC to clean up the right-of-way on railroad lines in the state of California for graffiti and dump trash and homelessness and all of that other stuff. The only thing I would comment on that, because I'm also on the resolutions committee that this will come to during the thing is to make sure that when they say rail line right of way, that it also refers to inactive rail line right of way, which is what RCTC and Burlington Northern has coming into Hemet. And it would, it's an inactive line, but Burlington Northern still owns the track and RCTC still owns the right of way. And I don't see anything in here about inactive. It's only referring to active as far as I can see. So I would ask if you guys are in agreement with that, I would bring that up in resolutions committee. The other resolution is really a sticky wicket, and it involves the sales tax, Bradley Burns sales tax on in-state and out-of-state sales, e-sales commerce. And the city of Rancho Cucamonga and 5 others are proposing a resolution to urge the legislature, which seems to be the biggest argument that all the rest of the cities have, is that don't take this to the legislature until the league has actually formulated something that would be fair to all the cities. Anyway, because it, and I assume it's Amazon they're talking about, they have established an in-state, what am I trying to say? Come on, in-state presence, so that if you buy from Amazon products that are warehoused in California, the city where the warehouse is gets the Bradley Burns tax and it does not go into the county pool. If it comes from out of state, it'll go into the county pool for the delivery address, which is what we get from all of our e-commerce since we don't have any warehousing here. They're offering a kind of like a fair and equitable distribution of e-commerce tax dollars to those cities who either can never have a warehouse distribution site like many of us. We probably will not out here because we're not on a major freeway, and yet we're still impacted by the negative, the greenhouse gas, the street deterioration of the delivery of the products. And there are some cities that don't have any available land to build anything like that. And yet, I mean, it gets into the really into the weeds in that unfair distribution of this sales tax can affect how we build up arena numbers. So, I mean, it's going on and on and on. Today, I got a letter that's going to the Revenue and Tax Committee, and we're having a special meeting tomorrow morning. One of the letters is from City of Ontario.
Called it.
Yes, you did, from Dennis Michael. And, oh, I'm sorry, this one is from Dennis Michael in Rancho Cucamonga. He's just asking for the yes vote on the resolution. And it's not a clear picture. It's really muddy in my estimation. And I have no idea what's going to come out in Sacramento when we start talking about this. But the other letter that came today was from the city of Eastvale, just saying, oppose the resolution unless it's amended to include the adoption of critical amendments, you know, for the online sales tax equity resolution. Well, we don't even have a copy of the online sales tax equity resolution yet. So it's, to me, I read this set and I go, yeah, that's fair considering the city of Hemet and where we are and everything. And yet the next, it's like, it's not fair. And it's fair to this city, but it's not fair to this city. And it's going to be some nasty conversation, I have a feeling. But I just kind of want to know where you guys are. What's your opinion? What's the city attorney's opinion? The city manager's opinion? I mean, where do we go with this? What types of arguments can I throw out for the benefit of Hemet in this dialogue to see where we go? I mean, it's yuck.
I think from a very simplistic perspective, if the consumer is in our jurisdiction, then it should come to our city. you know, you could really get it complicated, but I
Well, and it
think,
is complicated
I
now.
mean, why treat it any different than a brick and mortar store? If you're gonna go into that store and make the purchase there, then the tax goes to that jurisdiction. I don't know why they insist on trying to make it more complicated, except maybe there's jurisdictions that don't have a lot of people buying things online and they want some of that juice.
Well, and the cities that have the distribution centers, they have a lot of negative impacts from those distribution centers with air quality from the big trucks and the noise and so how do you mitigate in favor of one or the other? I mean, that's been, I mean, you talk about mitigation.
They made the choice to allow that business there.
True.
So,
But you still get the negative impact from everybody else, which is why I've always been against the logistics center up on 60, because nobody takes into consideration those 14,000 trucks that are going to be coming in here and all of their dirty air quality is going to come into the San Jacinto Valley. And I'm the only one that ever talks about that. Just so, but I mean, you know,
The wear and tear on our streets.
well, yeah.
Just you mentioning that was important too.
And it is, and it's air quality. All of those vehicles have nasty air coming out of them. And now that we have the median down Florida Avenue, we are increasing our vehicle miles traveled. I mean, that's a given. So,
but with the state mandate making us take all of the food waste and convert it into CNG, they'll all be clean burning trucks. Problem solved.
oh, but it's just, so I don't know. Does anybody else have any comment on where you think this is going to go and arguments pro and con that I could throw out if nobody else brings it up?
So in several of my previous agencies, I worked extensively on fulfillment centers, City of San Bernardino, City of Ontario. So I can say that those communities absolutely do receive a significant amount of negative effects from the fulfillment centers, not just in terms of the air quality, which is significant, and the wear and tear on their roads, which is significant, but in the upfront infrastructure costs that they put in order to support those activities. So I know Ontario put in hundreds of millions of dollars in bridges and roads so that the trucks could move efficiently. San Bernardino did the same thing, building streets, building bridges, so the trucks could get to the freeways on and off very efficiently. They did these near their large airports. Both those communities have large airports, which Amazon uses to move goods in and out of the state. So, you know, if you'd asked me, I don't know, a year ago how I felt about this, I'd be like, well, it's all for you know, those cities. But that being said, the sales tax going only to those communities cannibalizes the sales tax from their surrounding communities, which is why you'll see Rancho Cucamonga saying we want our sales tax, and their neighbor Ontario, who has the fulfillment center, saying no, we want it. I even litigated a sales tax issue between City of San Bernardino and City of Ontario over something similar. So I think that it's going to come down to cities against cities on this issue. And I think the only sort of reasonable solution is to come up with a distribution. I don't think you will get all of the cities or a significant amount of support to completely put it in the county pool and treat it like out of state sales. But I do think that enough cities are realizing that with e-commerce coming faster and faster and faster, that they need to find a way to stop the bleeding. One of the things that some of the communities like Rancho Cucamonga have pointed out is the creation of these smaller shops that act as display sort of shops, where you can go in and you can see the items and then you can order it online and then it gets shipped to you. So they have the store where people went and even looked at it, but the city where the warehouse is the city that got the sales tax revenue. And so I think that it's gonna get nasty, like you said, because people are fighting over significant amounts of general fund revenue.
And I think part of that is, the one argument is, don't let the legislature decide this, because it's absolutely right. I mean, they don't do anybody any favors. Their answer could be it all goes into
No, I
the
was gonna say
state.
their answer is,
Is-
well, maybe just come to the state.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll take all of it and forget you.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll give it to you. I'd say from Hemet's perspective, clearly you don't have fulfillment centers, you don't have major logistics. The way that benefits this city the most is for it to go entirely into the county pool.
Now, I think those are all good points. I would echo what I've heard from the council before is Sacramento, get out of our business and get out of other cities' business. So the key point that I think Councilmember Krupa hit on is, do you theoretically punt this to the state, Sacramento, to develop a strategy, which I think if we look at redevelopment, if we look at the other strategies that they've employed, they essentially kind of cut the city out of everything and say, you know what, thanks cities, but we'll take the rest of this funding. So I think that is a threat when you start talking about the legislature to come up with solutions. You do run into that issue. So from a council perspective, the theme that I've heard loud and clear is Sacramento, stay out of cities and our business. And I think that's one of the things that's included here is, do you punt that to Sacramento to develop that solution? But I agree with the additional comments of it's going to get really nasty in pitting cities against cities. And I think the league is going to have to be very sensitive to that in terms of the position that they take. And it's going to be nasty.
Well, we've got, like I said, revenue and taxation has a policy meeting tomorrow morning that we will be chewing on this one before we even get to Sacramento. And it could be that the resolution is pulled and more work done on it through the league before it comes back to the full league for a vote on a resolution to go forward or how to go forward. It's something definitive instead of giving it to the legislature to figure out.
I think I imagine if they do come to an agreement that's league sponsored, I think it's something along the lines of half goes to the originating city and half goes to the destination city. I see that as being something that still preserves those fulfillment center sources of revenue, but shares it a little bit.
We're gonna do it this way.
Yeah, we're going to do it this way.
Well, you know what they did the first time around with Amazon? They cut the city's share out completely. So yeah, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, okay, I appreciate all of that input, and I will share with the city manager how tomorrow's meeting comes out with revenue and taxation.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
All
Let us
right.
know if you need gloves.
Oh, right. All right, you guys, don't be mad. We're skipping 17, going to 18, future agenda items. Do you have anything?
Actually, yes, I do. A couple things have come up, and I would like to add.
Make a motion.
Sooner than later, that the city of Hemet look at 2 different building code ordinances. One requiring whole house fans in all new single family residential construction. It is an extremely low, Malcolm, you and I have talked about this, really inexpensive way to cut energy costs. And the other is to have an ordinance that new 2-story single family construction cannot be built by existing single family 1-story houses.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion to add both of
I
those.
second that, both of those.
New 2-story construction cannot be built adjacent to existing single-story.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Come on, Russ, you didn't vote.
I don't like that.
Why? You want somebody in a 2-story house
I
looking into
had a
back of your
2-story
yard?
house on both sides of me in my last house.
Well, talk to the naked swimmer out in McSweeney. A couple of them,
Okay.
us know that story.
Are you gonna vote? Yeah. Yes, no, maybe abstain?
Future,
Okay,
future agenda item.
yes.
Okay.
All right,
all I have.
4-0.
Save my no vote for later.
All right, with that, our meeting is adjourned.
Really
Yeah.
like this one.